Yes, da begynner vi å nærme oss, tror jeg.
Dut.
5 minutes.
Warning, live field, goggles on.
Four minutes. Three minutes. Two minutes. One minute.
Da tror jeg vi er klare. For lykke til, spill fair, og ha det gøy.
Ten seconds. Game on.
Good morning and welcome back to NPL 2 at Molde. First game off we have Arctic versus Gepco Infusion. Arctic has break the 2 and the 4. Arctic just lost a player and they have one in America. We're gonna learn the names of each bunker later on, but I actually just got the names myself, so we're gonna learn them later. So we're just gonna use 1, 2, 3, 4 by the default until I figure out more. Arctic has multiple people. They're moving up the snake on the infusion side. Infusion now one up in the 300, all the way up. Oh, there's only one player left for Arctic. Oh, seems like they got the last player there now for infusion. I'm sorry, my voice is a bit rusty in the morning, so just hang on tight and it will probably become better during the day.
Concede. Concede. Concede.
So Arctic just conceded and the first points goes to Gepco Infusion. Then next up is Oslo Prodigy versus Shardar Waves. And then in the meantime we can try to learn this. Okay, let's start it at the bottom left of the field until we reach the top right. So we have Dallas in the bottom left. Then we have the one above it, which is Apple. Then we have the middle one, which is Zulu. That's next to the start gate. We're still on the left side. Then we have Orange, the one above there, and then we have China. After that, we're gonna go on the bottom row, which is the Snake 1, then the Snake 2, Snake 3, and the Cobra. Then you see the big X on the middle there, that's the 50 Snake. Above it we have Oslo, and the little one in the center, we actually don't have a name, so in case somebody's used it, let's just call it the Finger. And then we have the brick to the left of the Finger, which is the Alpha. And then on top of the brick, like the one above before the another X on the 100 side is the 500. Then we can continue afterwards.
Game on.
And here we can see, let's keep on the left side for now. Oslo Prodigy is breaking the Apple, is doubling the Zulu, and now one of them is going all the way out to the Dallas. And I also have one on the Orange, no, on the China, pardon me. And I also have one in the 300. Waves have one already in the Snake 1, Snake 2, one on the Orange, one on the Zulu, and one on the Dallas. And they also have one in the America. Waves lost a player, unfortunately. I don't know if they've taken out anyone from Prodigy yet or not. So Waves already moved up to the 50 Snake and the Cobra. Prodigy is trying to move up on the Snake. Waves is now also moving further up on the Dorito side. They already have one in the China. I'm trying to learn as I go myself here, so if I have a few pauses, it's just because I'm not quite sure yet. It is what it is. Prodigy's already moved up to the enemy's Cobra, which is Viper. And you can see the 50 Snake is now battling in towards them. And their Snake is now moved up to the Cobra. Waves just took out the Dorito player for Prodigy. Ooh, seems like a penalty, a 1-for-1 for Prodigy. Now it looks like it's a 1v2. Waves has 2 player and Prodigy only has 1 left. The Prodigy player is trying to find the Waves player, and the Waves player know where the Prodigy player is. He's just trying to figure out where they are, see if he can isolate a few fights, have a snap battles back and forth. It's very important for him not to peek both at the same time. And Waves found the last Prodigy player. Seems like they're pretty certain it's empty, but still making sure that they don't run with the marker down.
Base. Point approved.
And the first points go to Sure Waves. 1-0 against Oslo Prodigy. Then we're back to Gepico Infusion versus Bergen Arctic. Here you can see the roster. On Arctic we have Benjamin Aamodt, Anders Furnes Himle, Bjarne Johnsen, Daniel Algerø
30 seconds.
Kjetil Hammerseth, Mathias Steffensen, Petter Piltingsrud. On Infusion we have Mats Østli, Daniel Berge, Erik
20
Skallerud,
seconds.
Erikas Baktus. Sorry if I'm pronouncing these wrongs. Patrik Mørk, Tobias Jensen Hellevik.
10 seconds.
And we have Arctic on the right and Infusion on the left.
Game on.
They're breaking the Zulu, doubling the Apple, doubling the Zulu. They have 1 on the orange and 1 on China. And on the Arctic side, they have 1 in America, they have 1 in orange, nobody in China yet, 1 in Zulu. They also have 1 in Apple. Arctic lost 1 player, that's unfortunately. And there's now a check, and there's a 1-for-1 on Infusion side, which means they lost 3 players already, which means there's only 2 people left for GPK Infusion. That's a play on. No penalty for that one, no. That's another play on, apparently. On Infusion side, so one for Arctic and 1 for Infusion. That means there's only 1 player left for Infusion, and the Waves has 1 on the orange and 1 on China. China player bumping up to the 100. Let's see if we can find him on the other cameras here. I can't really see anyone else either. So, pretty sure it's just a 1v2 in the favor for Arctic. Arctic's now moving further up on the field. I'm trying to locate the last player for Infusion. The last player for Infusion is just trying to battle it out. Trying to wind down the clock. Infusion is leading 1-0, so they don't have to towel it unless they want to. It seems like Arctic just got the final guy from Infusion and runs down to clear the field. He's going for the buzzer.
Base. Point approved.
So let's go back to where we left. Okay, we have the we came all the way to Bergen, which is the middle one, like the one on the top in the middle, right under the X in the middle. And then you have the 500, which is the cross on top, under the I in the invitational. The last I, of
30
course.
seconds.
Then we have from the China one, the one on the top left, and followed all the way down on the Dorito side. We have 100, 200, 300, 400,
seconds.
until you get to the X, which is 500. Then the one to the left of the 500, which we can also see those snake bunkers.
10
That's the
seconds.
Beast. And in the middle we have Miami and America. And now we're back with Waves against Prodigy. Waves
Game
on the left
on.
side there. They're breaking Dallas, they're breaking Apple. They have one in America already, Orange and China. They just lost their orange player. Prodigy is moving up to a Beast, which is called. And they have double Zulu, they have one in China. And they have one in Apple. As you can see, there's a bit of ball breaking as the person behind the Apple from Waveside is using the squeegee. Prodigy is moving all the way up to the 400 already. Waves have lost another player. They still have one on America. They also have one in the 200. They're pretty heavy on the Dorito side. In the last tournament it was a heavy snake side, but it seems like most people want to play on the Dorito side on this field. And 200 goes for Waves. And they concede.
Concede.
Skal vi se. Hvorfor blir det kommentert på engelsk? Why is it being commented on English? Det er egentlig veldig enkelt. Det er av den grunn at det er ganske mange som ser på fra Amerika og andre steder i Europa, faktisk. Og for at det skal være litt mer attraktivt for de som kan forstå, så tar vi det på engelsk. Har dere spørsmål på norsk og sånt, så kan jeg svare på norsk. Det er ikke noe problem det. The question is why we're commentating on English, and that's basically because it's easier for other people around in Europe and America to understand it.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. Seconds.
So I hope that answered your question, Robin.
10 seconds.
Okay, we're back with Arctic versus Infusion. It's 1v1 and from the left side. There's a fast dive into the Snake 2, now going all the way up to Snake 3 already. And then they have one on the Zulu, they have one on America, now already dives into the 50 Snake. They also have Orange and China. They're playing aggressive Snake, which the other guys didn't. They were playing more on the Dorito side. Infusion have one on Beast. And they also have one in the China. They're double the Zulu. They have one in Apple. They're moving down the entire side now. And Arctic is following the tightly up on the Dorito side, going up to the 100. Infusion lost a player. Arctic's already moved up to the Viper. Into the enemy 500. No. Snake 3, I mean. They traded a Snake, they keep on moving up. And they do locate the last player and they make sure that he's off the field.
Base. Point approved.
Og da tok Arctic det poenget og gikk opp i en 2-1-ledelse. Nå er det Stjørdal mot Prodigy. Der er stillingen 1-1, 5:42.
Thirty seconds.
That means it's 2-1 to
30
Arctic
seconds.
against Infusion. Now there's Prodigy against Shadow Waves. It's 1-1 and it's 15 seconds until break time.
10 seconds.
Okay, let's look at Prodigy's break.
Game on.
They're breaking one into the Dallas, doubling the Zulu, one on Orange and one China. Playing pretty heavy backliners. Now we can take a look at Waves one. They've already braked. They have one in Dallas, one in Apple. No one in Zulu, one in Orange, one in China, one already up in the 50 snake. We can see Prodigy's already moved up to the 400, up in the Dorito side. Oh, the 300, pardon me, now up in the 400. And they're slightly moving up, their Waves is following up as well, they're already up in the 200. But Prodigy doesn't have anyone up in the snake yet, which is quite surprisingly, considering Waves already have someone up in the 50 snake. Waves just lost their 50 snake player. Prodigy's lost someone on the Dorito side. They're both trying to fill on up. Waves already have one in snake too. All the way up to snake 3 already. And Prodigy is trying to fill up from the person they lost over at the snake side, trying to move down to the apple. Prodigy's moved up to the 500. Waves is already trying to move a bit further up. They're already up in the 200, trying to move further up on the Dorito side. You can see the Waves player is laying all the way down. He's trying to figure out a way to get into the 50 snake. Prodigy just lost a player up in the 500 who's playing aggressive. The judge is now going to a paint check on the apple person. The Prodigy player has been checked and he's been called out by the judge or the referee. Now it's just all a long waiting game. Both teams are just looking, waiting for an opportunity. Seems like it's only 2 players left for Prodigy, one in Dallas and one in the 200. Wave seems to have at least 3 people on the field, one in the 50 snake, one in the 200 and one up in Zulu. Waves is moving slowly up on the field. They're trying to locate the last player. The 50 player is moving up. They spotted the person on the Dallas. The 200 player now is not getting active on the tape. So far, they're all three on Waves, just looking at the Dallas player. The 200 player should be able to look inwards and find him. Doesn't quite spot him. Waves takes the first player of Prodigy on the 200. Now there's a 3v1. He gets one of them. Now you can see they moved up onto the enemy wiper. 1v2. Waves seem to get the last player of Prodigy off.
Concede. 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 Point approved. Seconds. Seconds. 10 seconds.
And we're back with Infusion versus Arctic. Arctic is leading 2-1. We're gonna follow the left side because that's the best one for me to look at through the windows here. So now we're gonna look at Dallas and Apple and the Zulu, which is what I've been breaking so far. They used all of the back bunkers on the Infusion side. Then we can take a switch up to the right side and see what Arctic has done. They already have one up in the Snake Tree, and they have one up in America. One on Zulu, one in China, and one in the 100. And Infusion has lost one player already. They have already moved up to the Snake 3 and the Snake 1. And Arctic has moved all the way up to the Cobra. And you can see them running all the way up to the 400. They're just cleaning up the field right now. They just took another player out for Infusion. There's 3 players left for Infusion. They're taking out 4 players now. There's only 1 player left for Infusion. I'm just trying to figure out where the guys are running him down. And Archie just ran down Infusion on this point. And it's not going for the buzzer.
Base. Point approved.
And Arctic takes another point. That's 3-1 to Arctic. Now we're back to Waves against Prodigy. Waves is leading 2-1 against Prodigy.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Let's follow Waves on their break here on the left side again.
Game on.
They break 1 into the Dallas, 1 America, and 1 all the way up to Alpha already. Then Prodigy's actually matched with the double Alpha.
60 seconds.
They also have 1 in the China. There's only 60 seconds left. They have to move up fast. Let's switch to both cameras. This is an aggressive play. We have the Cobra already for the Prodigy players. Lost 1. Waves lost 2. Prodigy lost 1. Actively battling, trying to get the center of the field, trying to figure out where they are. It seems like they've gotten all of the Waves player on the Snake side now. It seems like it's paid off to play aggressively. Only 1 player left for Waves. Now it seems like there's no one left for Waves actually. And that's a fast point from Prodigy.
Base.
Which means it's going to be 2-2 now, with 26 seconds left on the clock.
Point approved.
Da ble det en utligning der til 2-2 med 26 sekunder igjen på klokka. Da er det Arctic mot Infusion. Arctic leder 3-1, 3-0-1 igjen på klokka.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds.
Okay, we're back with Arctic versus GPK Infusion. We're looking at the left side, which is the Arctic side. They're leading 3-1 and there's 3 minutes left on the clock. They're breaking directly into the snake already. They also have one in the apple, one Zulu, one orange, one China. Already all the way up in snake 3. And then we have on the Infusion side, they already have one up in the 500. They have one in Miami. No, America, sorry. And one in orange and Zulu. And one in apple. Arctic already has the call-outs that they're taking out 2 players. I've taken out 3, but they're still screaming it's only 2 out. G1. Infusion is trying to get out wide on the map or the field. As they can see, there's only 2 guys left. Trying to make sure they don't get run down by Arctic. Arctic is trying to push on up. They don't have the full count yet on how many the players they're taken out from Infusion. But they're slowly but steadily moving up to the 50 point on the field. They do spot the Infusion player back at the China. Seems like they get him. Now they're aware there's only 1 player left. Now they're aware they're taking him out. They have full control of the field. They're just walking towards the buzzer. Now they're just standing there at the buzzer. And the reason why they're standing by the buzzer is just to let the clock down go down, actually. They want to make sure that Infusion can't come back.
Concede.
So they're just playing the time, not buzzing.
Concede.
Which is something people usually do on Pimple. If they're leading, they just spend the time, make sure that the opposing team gets less play time to actually have a possible for comeback, which is why it's important to make sure that you concede in time if the enemy teams are doing that.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. Ten seconds.
Okay, we're back. Prodigy versus Wave. 26 seconds left on the clock. This should be a fast point if they want to get it. Let's just see what they do. Are they going for a draw or are they just running down the field to see what they can get?
Game on.
And they're already into the snake already on Prodigy side. They're quick down and they're also quick down into the waves. They lost the snake player already. Now there's only 4 people left for Prodigy. Waves lost another player. Seems like it's 4v4 right now. Pretty heavy battling. 5 seconds left. It seems like it's gonna be a stalemate in 2-2.
Game time finished. Game stopped.
And game time is finished, which means it's gonna be a 2-2 against Prodigy and Waves, unless it's gonna go into the overtime.
No points.
That means we're gonna have a 5 minutes
Overtime.
overtime. I'm pretty sure it's the first team to get to the 1 point.
Da ble det uavgjort 2-2, og da er det 5 minutter overtid. Første mål vinner. Da er det Infusion mot Arctic. Arctic leder 4-1, 1:09 på klokka.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds. Game on.
Okay, we're back. Infusion is breaking snake. No, lost their snake player in the break. Arctic is moved up already to the snake tree.
60 seconds.
Have one in America, one in China, one in Dallas. Hi, Alexander. Snake players are checking his marker, making sure he's not hit from the Arctic players. Infusion is losing their alpha player. Arctic is losing their apple player. They're filling rapidly up, already up in the snake. That's a mug run. And that's game time, which means Arctic is going to win 4-1 against Kepco Infusion.
No points. Game finished.
Da vant Arctic, der 4-1. Da er det Prodigy mot Waves, overtime. 5 minutter, første målet vinner.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds. Game on.
And now we're at overtime. Prodigy against Waves. They're one on Dallas, doubling the Zulu. One in the 100, one China. On the right side, they have one on Dallas as well, one on Apple. Lost one player on both sides. They already have one up in the 50 snake. And they're moving up to the 100 on the Dorito side. So far on the field, it actually looks like the team that's the most aggressively gets up to the 50 line is the team that has the better advantage. This is not a field where you can sit all the way back. Oh, Prodigy lost another player trying to bump out to the Dallas. Now there's only 3 players left for Prodigy, and it seems like there's still 4 for Waves after they lost one in the break. One of them is moving from the Apple over to the Zulu, trying to be a bit more heavy on the Dorito side after all they have the information that Prodigy has no one on the snake side. They're checking to see, they're trying to move further up on the snake side, as we can see here. He's now in the middle of the 50 snake. Can't quite see him because of the Dorito, but there's someone in the middle there. And Prodigy is just battling. They have 3 people left. Wave still has 4 people left. Now they also have one up in the 500 and one in 50. So Waves has one on both sides of the 50 field here. They also have one up in the China already, or still. Seems like they're trying to move up. They want to make sure that the field is becoming smaller for Prodigy to move on. They want to lock them down. But Prodigy is still moving up. They already have one now in 300. Trying to make sure that Waves can take more advantage on the field. Well, one of Waves players running up for the mug run. Seems like there's a major now for Waves. Because he continued the mug run after he was hit up on the Dorito side. Now there seems like there's only 1 player left for Waves, battling out in a 1v2. And now there's a 1v1. Can we see them both from here? No, we cannot. No, we're just gonna go back to these cameras here. Can we see them? Nope, we can't. We can see one of them at a time. I was seeing it from Josh's point of view. There we have. So what they're doing now is called snapping. They're basically just moving back and forth, up and down on the bunker, trying to figure out where the other person is standing. This takes technique, control. You need awareness to figure out where the other player is being at. And what you want to do is actually just hold the other person down on the bunker as long as you can. And it seems like the Prodigy player just got a waste player. Doesn't look like he's quite sure if there's anyone else on the field. Trying to make sure before he moves up so there's no one surprising him. He is moving down the field. As you can see, he's running now with the marker up. Now he's taking it down. You never want to run with your marker down if you're not sure if there's anyone else left on the side or on the field.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
And now our middle camera is back up, so just sorry for everybody at home becoming dizzy from changing all of the cameras. We just had to make sure everything is working. We should probably have warned you before, but it is what it is. And then in the next back-to-back, there's going to be a Division 2 team.
Var vi ferdig med første back-to-back med Elite. Nå er vi over på D2. Det er 7 minutter. Mercy 2. Det er Stjørdal mot Orkland og Molde mot Molde. Guncheck.
So is there anyone at home? Where are you watching from? Norway? Any other countries? Where in Norway? Here you can see the D2 rosters. On the short of ways we have Daniel Muth, Frank Lie, Mathias Liam, Nikolai Øyås, Sverre Kjærvik, Thomas Kjærvik. On the Auckland Titans we have Jon Barikmo, Elise Kolstad, Lea, Gaute Heim, Markus Bolme, Odd Thorsen, Rikard Kvernmo og Sondre Kvikne. And the next back-to-back, we have Molde Extreme D2 versus Molde Extreme Roses. So on the D2, we have Andreas Reitan, Bjørn Mælsæter, Geir Warhol, Noah Hegemsli, Phil Grunwald, Simon Eide. And on Molde Extreme Roses, we have Anja Solberg, Bjørn Erland, Hedda Wiggen, Louise Ukkelberg Dale, Maria Mørkedal, and Tone Jensen. So which team are you all rooting for back at home? Do you have a special team that you want to root for? Who do you think win? Who do you want to win? Are you watching from home? Are you watching from work? And make sure you subscribe to the channel so when you will know every single time we're live. So you don't miss any of our other streams later on, in case you don't know when the schedules are. So for all of you wondering what's the field layout right now is, this is the layout we're playing on.
10 seconds.
Now there's 10 seconds to start. So let's take a look at the left hand side, which is a shorter waves D2.
Game on.
They lost one already, trying to go directly into the snake. They have one in apple, one in Zulu, one in orange, and one in 100. Moved all the way from Zulu up in Oslo already. He's asking for paint check. And on the right hand side we have one in the snake tree, one in apple, one Zulu, orange in China. Let's use the middle camera for once. Now it's up and working so we can see a bit more of the field for everyone back home. Actually, when I come to think of it, this camera is frozen, so let's not use that one. We can see waves moving up to the Snake 2 tree already. Titan is moving all the way back into Dallas. Titans also have a player in the 300 and 100. Waves only have one in the 100. They haven't moved up to the 300 already, but they have one on the Snake side that's already on the 5th of Cobra. No, on the Viper now. The Viper is the opposing team's Cobra. Ooh, it doesn't seem like you're seeing each other on the middle side. As you can see here, you can see the person on the left side moved all the way up on the opposing team's Snake side. Then I got a Dallas player who was trying to bump up to the Snake 1. There you can see him walking into the cameras, checking the back lines. They're moving up, making sure there's no one back on the 5 last bunkers. Goes for the buzzer.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
And now it's Molde Extreme D2 versus Molde Extreme Roses. Let's follow the break on the left side.
Game on.
They break directly into America. They have triple the Zulu. Lost one player on the suit already, and somebody already has some problem with the markers. Trying to beat up on the field to make sure that they can actually take their gun for a while. Lost their other snake player, now there's only 2 players left. No, 3 players left for Extreme. So we can see Roses is now moving up the field, moving all the way up to the 50 snake already. They have one on Oslo, 1 Apple, Zulu, and China. Hej Fidde! Hello, hello! Well, there's now also another player. It's only 2 players left. Now there's only 1 player left. The player who had problems with their marker at the start of the round. Have they fixed it or have they not? Seems like they fixed it a bit, but it seems like... It doesn't seem like there's enough power from the marker to actually break the ball on the bunkers. Yeah, it seems like they figured out it themselves. Decides to run off the field. Need to make sure that everything is good before they come back on with that marker. So now there's multiple people from Roses trying to figure out if there's anyone left from the D2 team to Molde. Or they're both D2, but that's what their names are on the roster.
Base.
They're going for the buzzer, getting a paint check. The judge is calling them clean, and they get a first point.
Point approved.
That's 1-1 for Molde against Molde. So next up is Orkland Titans versus Shutter Waves, and the Waves is leading 1-0.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
And Titan is breaking. They have one in Apple, Zulu, Orange, China, and one already up in the 50 snake. And then on Waves they have one in Apple who's just been called off by the referee, and they get a 1-for-1 because of it. That's what happens when you play with paint on you. Have to make sure you ask for paint check and sit steadily behind a bunker and you're not shooting. If you continue playing before you've been checked, you're gonna get a 1-for-1, and in the worst case, if you hit somebody, you're gonna get a major. As you can see, Titan's already up in the 50 snake, moving from the Apple position to Dallas position, and trying to move up onto the Dorito side on the 100, 200, 300. Being called out by the referees. The referee is running after, making sure that he's hearing it. It seems like Titan is going to make sure that these points is going to a 1-1. There's no one left on the Wave side. If you guys back at home have any pointers or have any wishes, you can type it all down in the chat. Or if you just want to cheer for a simple team, or if you have any questions about the sport or anything, we will try to answer our best here up in the tower. Make sure that nobody's confused. Or if you have any questions or any suggestions about how you can
Point
improve.
approved.
We want constructive criticism. Nothing else. Now we're back to Roses against Molde.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Let's watch Roses break this time.
Game
They have
on.
one on Zulu, one going straight up to America, and one right into Oslo. They also have one in Apple and Orange. On the right hand side, we have one up in Miami, one up in Zulu. They just lost their Orange player, and one in Apple. Looks like there's just 3 players left for Molde, and it's being paint checked on the Apple on the Rosa side. He's being called out. The Apple player for Molde now is bumping up to the Snake 2. The Miami player tried to get up in Oslo, but couldn't reach there. Got taken out on the bump. Now there's 3 players left for Molde. No, for Roses, and for Molde it's... Seems like there's just 1 player left on the Snake side, on Snake 2. It's being checked, has some problem with the markers, being called out, actually. Seems like Roses is taking the other point. Seems like they're gonna go 2-0 at this point.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
And that means Roses won that game 2-0. Congratulations to Roses. Hello, hello, Alexander.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds.
Now we're back to Waves against Titans. They're both 1-1.
10 seconds.
Det må nesten kunne velge, Charles Alexander, hvem du håper vinner. You all have to cheer for each team you want to cheer for yourself. Figure it out. I can't really favoritize from the tower.
Game on.
That would be unprofessional, so I'm trying to keep it as neutral as possible. Let's see. Waves have 1 in Apple, 1 Zulu, 1 Dallas, 1 China, and 1 in America. They just lost their Zulu player. And the Titans lost their Apple player. They have 1 on America, Zulu, China, and Orange. Their China player is bumping up to the 100. And the Waves player is moving all the way up to the 50 snake already. Let's see. Does this camera work? Nope, it's still frozen, unfortunately. I'm sorry, we can't see the midfield. We're gonna get that sorted out as fast as possible. Waves player is now bumping all the way from Zulu all the way out to Dallas. Asking, being checked actually. Looks like they have something on the hopper, but it's just paint from the bunker. So they have 1 on the back on the tape, occasionally checking in, and then they have 1 on the 50, checking all the way over to the Dorito side. Titans just lost their player up on China. Moved from China Orange into China 100 on the Wave side. Now Titans just lost another player, 2 players actually. Both their Dallas player and their America player. Looks like they have no one else on the Snake side. There's only 1 player left for the Titans, and he's sitting in the 200 position. He's trying to move up to the 300. He's playing aggressively. He's going to regret this. He's trying to fight the tape, but he has nowhere to hide behind that tiny bunker.
Concede. 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 Point approved.
Dere er på igjen om 2 minutter. 1 minutt og 40, så nå må dere inn og ut igjen. Stjørdal på banen.
1 minute.
Peter! Det er bare under 2 minutter igjen nå! Litt tempo! Tempo!
Time out.
Ja, ta time-out. Bruk. Peter, det er under 2 minutter nå, så bare... Vi har det fra det på å ta poenget. Offensivt.
1 minute.
Ja. Det ser vi 2-2 tida går ut. Litt over.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds.
Det blir noe snake! Det blir noe snake her! 2 snake, i hvert fall!
10 seconds.
Let's follow the Titans break this time on the left side. And they're breaking
Game on.
1 into America, 1 Dallas, 1 Zulu. Orange 200. On the right side they have Dallas, Apple, Zulu and China. Already lost their 100 player, unfortunately. Seems like Titans want to get into that 50 snake area, but they're not doing it quite yet. They're just battling back and forth. As you can see, the differences between Division 2 and Pro Division is that the Pro Division is more aggressively. This field, you have to play up to the 50 field. You want to
60
get one in the at least Cobra Viper area and one up in the 50 snake, and preferably 400, 500 on Dorito side. It seems like playing aggressively has been the play from this field so far. Another just lost a player up in the Snake 2, no, Snake 3. And Waze is now moving up to the 100 position. And they're losing their orange player. Moved all the way up to Bergen. And it's slowly taking a position further up. Now moved up to Bravo. Running down the Dorito side. Oh, paint checks himself as he's moving. That's unfortunately. You're taken now by the player up in the Snake 3 for Titans. They've been playing quite slow. There's a difference between playing aggressively up to the 50 and overextending without knowing where the opposing teams are
Game
hiding.
time finished.
Now the game time's
Game
out, which
stopped.
means Waves is going to win 2-1.
No points. Game finished.
Now we're back to
10
the bros.
seconds.
Now there's Molde Extreme versus Gipco Infusion on the left side. Let's follow Molde's break.
Game on.
Molde is breaking Apple, Zulu, America, Alpha, bumping all the way up to the 50 snake and Miami. Infusion have one in the 50 snake. It's being paint checked. Lose their 50 snake as walking out. Already have one up in the beast. Now gets backed up by the snake 1 player. Moving up to the snake 2. Up to the snake 3. All the way up to Cobra. Infusion has one in the 500. He's battling towards the alpha position. Alpha player is trying for a jump shot. Doesn't quite connect. Molde Extreme has now moved into the 50 snake in the middle of the AX there. Can't quite see him because of the Doritos on the snake side. He's being held down by the Dallas player. Seems like there's only 2 players left for Infusion.
Concede.
Now
Concede.
Infusion is conceding. And Molde's getting the first point 1-0.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. Twenty seconds. 10 seconds. Game
now it's
on.
Arctic versus Waves. On the left side we have Snake Tree, America, Zulu, China, 100. On the right side they have one in Dallas, one Zulu, and one in the Miami. Arctic is moving heavily down. He's trying to get all the way back to Zulu from Miami. Ah, he's being run down here now. There's only 1 player left on the Dallas.
Concede.
And they're conceding. And Arctic
Concede.
gets the first point 1-0.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now we're back with Infusion versus Extreme. Extreme is leading 1-0. Breaks
Game
one
on.
apple, one into America. Zulu loses the apple player, loses the America player. Now there's only Zulu, Orange, and China left for the Infusions. On the right side, I have America, Apple, Zulu, 500. Now the American player is moving up to the 50 snake. And I also have one up in China. Trying to move all the way out to Apple back again. Did manage to move up. But now Extreme players are already up in the Viper position. They do spot a 100 player from Infusion. Tries to bump out to the snake. It's being caught on the rotation. Now there's only 2 players left for Infusion. Extremely seems to have still 4 players left. Gets taken out as he tries to bump from the 50 and moving up forwards. Now there's only 3 players left. Now there's a 3v2. They do spot the 200 player, they do get him. Now there's only one player left, and they're out. Which means Molde Extreme is going to win this point, which means they're going to be leading 2-0.
Base.
And if you see behind the field there, you can see like a new team or a team behind
Point
the
approved.
that's Prodigy scouting, looking how the other teams are playing. A big part of the game is trying to like watch what the opposing teams are doing, where they break, and try to make sure that their lines are hitting in the break, so that you can have an advantage after the 10 seconds.
30
Preferably
seconds.
get 1 or 2 people out in the break, just to make sure you can control the field from the get-go.
20 seconds. Ten seconds.
Now it's Waves versus Arctic. Arctic is leading 1-0. Let's take a look at Waves break now. We looked at Arctic's earlier.
Game on.
They're going straight into Dallas, America, Zulu. They lose the Dallas player already. They also lose the channel player, which means there's only 3 players left for Waves. This is what we talked about in the break. If you can take 3 people out in the break, you're going to have control of the most of the field. Let's look at the entire left side here, as you can see them already all the way up in Viper.
Concede. Concede.
Waves already conceded with 3 players left. That's pretty rare, which means Arctic is going to lead 2-0.
Point approved. Timeout.
You don't normally see a concede when there's still 3 people left on the field, but they might have to go into the pit now a bit more time just to discuss what's happening, because when you lose 2 people in the break like that, you have to come up with another plan. Either you have to go more inwards on the field and then spread out, or you just have to wait for the others. Maybe find an off angle where you can stand, delay a bit, make sure that the opposing team can get to those positions where they like to play. Because as we can see, we can tell that they want to push up, they want to play aggressively. So you have to make sure that you survive the break.
One minute. Thirty seconds. Twenty seconds. 10 seconds.
Now we're back with Extreme against Infusion. Let's watch Molde's break once more. They're going Apple, 50 Snake, Zulu, Orange, China. Their 100 players being taken out in the break. The referee is pretty aggressive. They also lost their Apple player. It seems like Infusion now has the lead. Already taking 2 players out. Moves straight into the opposing team's 400. And he gets him in the pack as he tries to get to 50 Snake. This is a very aggressive field. I think the Infusion has figured it out now. As Molde is now, for the first time in this back-to-back, actually the team that's being pushed all the way back. Aggressively diving all the way into the Snake from the Zulu position. Lost the Dorito player now. There is only 2 players left for Molde Extreme. Infusion has 4 players left still. A successful break means everything in paintball. Now it seems that there's only one player left on Molde Extreme side, here on the left-hand side, back on the Dallas. Infusion is moving upfield. They're trying to look for the last person. Seems like they're not quite sure if there's anyone left. Yeah, looks back at his teammates as being shot by the Dallas player. It's important to pay attention. Now they have the information. It's only Dallas left on Molde team. Infusion is moving upwards. Seems like there's a 2v1. The Molde player can do this if he plays this well enough. Seems like he's playing off angles around the bunker. You can see him walking all the way out in the open. But even though it seems like he's open, he's actually playing the angles on the other bunkers on the field to make sure he's hiding. Goes up and snaps against the snake. He's being held from the Dorito side. He has to choose one battle. He can't battle both. It's gonna be too much for him. But he tries. Yeah. He overextended a bit. He tried to battle both the Dorito side and the snake side. And you have to just keep your head calm and choose one battle. You can never battle two people at the same time. You can either hold someone in and wait for the other person to try to run you down, and need to make sure that when you do, you switch over. Or you just have to be able to read the game and notice which person is the most aggressively one, which is not, and then pick your battle wisely.
Base. Point approved. Seconds. Seconds.
Arctic versus Vavix again. Waves just conceded with 3 players
10
left on the field.
seconds.
Let's see what they're doing now. Let's look at Arctic's break.
Game on.
They're going aggressively Snake, America, doubling the Zulu, going out to Apple. They're trying to go aggressively now. They already lost 2 players already again on the break, just running straight down the entire Snake side. Like, they're going for mug runs already 10 seconds into the game. Just runs down this one side, or the opposing team has lost a player.
Concede. Concede.
Waze is
Concede.
conceding another time, which means
Point
Arctic is down
approved.
3-0.
Seconds. 20 seconds. Ten seconds.
We're back. Infusion versus Extreme. 2-1 to Molde. Preparing for the break.
Game on.
Breaks Apple, double Zulu, goes straight into the... Oh, they're already up in the opposing team's Alpha. They do get a 1-for-1 on the Infusion side. There was a play on front of the Dorito side. Now there's only 2 people left for Infusion. Molde Extreme has met aggression with aggression. There's only 1 player left for Infusion. Now there's no one left for Infusion. Infusion had 1 good aggressive point. That Molde Extreme said we can do
Nice.
aggression better.
Point approved. Timeout. One minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Base. Point approved. Game finished.
Arctic won that match 4-0.
Thirty seconds.
Now we're back with
20 seconds.
Molde versus Infusion.
Ten seconds.
Here we can see how Molde is breaking. They're probably going to be aggressive again.
Game on.
Their fast bait's up on the field. They lost one player on the Apple. Lost one player on the Zulu. They have one already up in the 5th snake. The Gepko lost their solo player. One of them. As doubling the Zulu, meanwhile the opposing teams is up on the 50. You won't have enough place to hide behind. As we can see, Molde Extreme has one player up in China and one in Dallas area. Infusion now one in Snake 2 and one up in the opposing team's 400 area. They do gather information, but the rest of Infusion needs to follow their aggressive players there, so they can keep the communication up. The Extreme players are crossing, which is pretty common when you're in these situations. There's 2 people left, so if one person holds inward and the other one holds inwards, your line is going to cross, which means it makes it worse or harder for the opposing teams to actually be able to reach you. So you have to make sure you trust your teammate and you don't occasionally turn around, because when you do, the opposing team can run down your teammate. Now there's only 1 player left for Molde Extreme. As you can see, Infusion is slowly but steadily moving up towards the field, making sure they don't lose a single spot. The last Molde player is being called out by the referees, and Infusion is moving upwards, and they're called G5.
Base. Point approved. One minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
And we're back. Infusion versus Extreme. 3-2 to Extreme. Let's look at the Infusion's break this time. They do need another point at least to make the draw. And Extreme just needs to make sure that Infusion doesn't get any more points to make sure they win. They lost another Zulu player. This is the second time they're doubling the Zulu and it doesn't work for Infusion. They have to switch something up. Trying to make their way up in the 50 snake, and they already have one in Miami. Diving all the way in. Seems like he actually got it this time without being hit by the opposing team while bumping up. Let's make sure that we can see the entire field here. And the opposing team is getting up to the 50 snake as well. Oh, hits the guy in the hand, but there's a lot of spray paint coming out there. He broke his ball in his barrel. Moving up now to the snake 1. They do have the G counts. They're counting G1. Which means they're taking out one opposing player.
60
Infusion
seconds.
has 3 players left on the field. Extreme has 4 players left on the field. Now lost their 2 300 player, and now the Infusion lost their snake, their Cobra player. It's quite hard to see the middle because one of our camera is frozen, so I'm trying to do the best I can here. But what do you have? But it is what it is. Infusion is trying to go a bit backwards and get a bit more insight towards the field to figure out where the last Molde player are. It looks like it's a 2v2 actually. They have one very aggressively in the Dorito side and one very passively on the snake side. They have to communicate and make sure that they're playing together, so one doesn't walk into the crossfire and the other one is sitting all the way back. He's running down on the Dorito side. He gets one. There's a one for one. Now it seems like it's gonna be a minor here, a 1 for 1 after that run. Yep, there definitely is. That means if Fusion's gonna lose that point, Molde's gonna go 4-2, and that's game time.
Time finished. Game stopped. No points. Game finished.
And then we're going back to D2, which is Shadar Waves D2 versus Molde Extreme Roses. And after that we have Molde Extreme D2 versus Orklund Titans.
10 seconds. Game on. Concede. 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 Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Base. Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Base. Point approved. Game finished.
Kom igjen, Molde.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Sixty seconds. Base. Point approved.
Til info så er det hornet, har ikke noe med oss å gjøre. Du trenger ikke å tenke på det.
One minute. Time out. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Game time finished. Game stopped. No points. Game finished.
Yes, da ble den fullført. Da vant Roses 2-1 og Titans 2-0. Nå er det Prodigy mot Molde og Waves mot Infusion. Det er elite.
Waves D2. Ja, den her. Utpå her, så hadde jeg prøvd å ta den karen. Og så en sånn game etterpå, så var det en sånn utfordring på vei etter den. Ta karen ut, og vifta først. Det er jo små. På den store? Ja.
10 seconds. Game on. Concede. 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 Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Concede. 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 Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Base. Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Concede. 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 Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. 60 seconds. Concede. 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 Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Concede. 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 Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on. Game time finished. Game stopped. No points. Game finished. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
And it's Infusion versus Waves.
Game on.
Infusion do lose one in the break. Waves is playing aggressively now. Infusion have lost 3 players already. Yo. Now it seems like there's no one left. There's only one person left for Infusion. YFC is gonna run him down. He is trying to hold his own back there. You do get run down by Waves eventually. Which means Waves is gonna get that point, which means it's gonna be 3-1 for Infusion. So to everyone back home, where are you guys watching from? Do you have a favorite team? Do you play yourself?
Point approved.
Ta startgaten.
1 minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
And we're back. Waves versus Infusion. We're looking at Waves break this time.
Game on.
They do break Dallas, Zulu, Orange. They do lose their China players. They also do lose their mid player, but he's continuing playing. That's a minor at least. Now it's going to be, yep, there's the 1-for-1. Does not listen to the judge's call. And the other person being called out for the 1v1 is refusing as well. Well, there's only 2 people left for Waves. Let's take a look at the right side here. There's 2 people left at least for Infusion. They do have China and Zulu. It looks like that's the only 2 left. It's on the Wave side. There's Dallas and 100. So it does look like it's a solid 2v2 here.
Twice. Point approved.
Let's go, gutta! Vi har dem!
One minute. Time out.
Klokke på seg, eller?
1 minute. Thirty seconds.
Lars! Vær litt på nå!
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
And Infusion versus Waves again. Let's take a look at
Game
Wave. Infusion's break. Breaking Dallas, Zulu, Orange, 100, and the America. Waves do have one in the Alpha area. One in all four of the backlines except now for the 200 and the Alpha. Infusion is now up in the Cobra position. Waves is still up in that Alpha position. They do have one in Zulu and one in Apple, also one in the 300. Infusion's on 200 and the Cobra position, as I said, America and Zulu.
60 seconds.
There is 1 minute left. Infusion now, 4 people left on the field, one on the 100 as well. Waves do need this point. Infusion can only sit there and hold, that's all they have to do. The Waves, they need to get Infusion off the field or at least reach the buzzer in time to make sure they get into the overtime. Infusion now playing aggressively on the Dorito side. They do not get the person on the Dorito side. Keeps on playing aggressive. Oh, Do get spotted by the Zulu player. Does now hide. The entire field is now looking down the Doritos side. They do play aggressively on the Snake side. There is now 15 seconds left. The Zulu player do need to keep alive to make sure that Waves can't push and reach the buster. It is a quite far sprint as well, and they also do have the 100 player. They do battle out. There's 5 seconds left. They know Waves do know they have to make a move. They're trying to get up, but Infusion is sitting tight on that bunker.
Game stop.
And game time out, which means no point, and Infusion wins this match 3-2.
No points. Game finished.
Ja, da vant Infusion 3-2, tid gikk ut, og Molde vant 2-1. Nå er det Titans mot Roses og Extreme D2 mot Waves D2. Dette er siste innledende av D2. Så kommer det 2 innledende back-to-backer av Elite, og så er det lunsj før vi kjører semifinaler og finaler.
So this is the last prelims for the D2, which is Titans versus Roses and Extreme
10
versus Waves.
seconds.
Let's look at Titans break here. So this is Division 2.
Game on.
They do go into the Snake one. They do lose their Apple player and their Orange player. They do have Zulu and America. On the right hand side we have a double Zulu, 1 Apple, 1 Orange situation, and 1 on the Titan has 1 in the Alpha position. Roses have 1 in the Cobra. 1 in the 300, going up to the 400, going up to the 500, into the enemy 400, going to now the enemy 300, into enemy 200, 100. And now all the way up to the Stargate again. Sold to the Roses player up at the Titan
Concede.
Stargate.
Concede. Concede. Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Nice extreme versus waves.
Game on.
They're doubling the Zulu, 1 orange, 1 China, 1 apple. On the right hand side we have Snake Tree, Apple, Zulu, Miami, and orange. It's being paint checked on extreme side, does get called out by the referee. Have now moved up to the Miami position, but does get taken out from the Snake Tree on the wayside. Do ask for some technical assistance on the marker, but it's only being paint checked. The referee does not realize that he does need help with the marker. Does unfortunately walk off the field because the referee didn't realize what he needed help with. Seems like there's 2 players left on the extreme side, 1 up in China, 1 up in the 400. And Waves is taking advantage of this and pushing up on the Snake side. They do push aggressively. There's only 1 player left. Does hit away all the way back here on the China. Is now being called off by the referee.
Base. Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Roses versus Titans. Roses leading 1-0. Let's see who gets this point. Roses is breaking. Double Zulu, one on the tiny one. It doesn't even have a name yet, but it is what it is. Let's just call it a can, I guess. So they have Apple, Double Zulu, 200 and a can. One of the Zulu player now just bumped all the way out to the Dallas. Got caught on the run out, so Roses does miss 1 player. Titans though, on the right hand side, do have 1 in the Alpha area, 1 on the America, 1 in the Apple, 100 and China. They do now move from America up to the 50 Snake. Very strong position on this field. You don't want to be held all the way back on this field. Unless you're pretty heavy liners and you sit there and you learn your lines. Titans do need this point to make it a 1-1 to have a chance to win this back-to-back. Rose is now bumping up to the 300. Titans following up with a 100 of their own. Now going from the canister over to the Alpha position, now battling the Snake. They do lose the 300 player to the Alpha player on the Titan side. Now moving up to the 200 and the 100, as you can see under the Rito side of the Titans are moving together. And Roses do lose their Alpha player and their Orange player. Their channel player is now moving up to the 100 and the Alpha player is now moving to the Dallas. Titan is moved all the way up from the 200, 100 up to the 300 and 400, but the 400 player is getting taken out by the Dallas players to try to move up. Alpha players trying to battle the Snake player of the Titans. And the 200 player for Roses is trying to battle the guys on the Alpha and the 100 and the 300. The Dallas player do get a Snake player off of Titans. Now there's a 2v3 situation in the favor of Titans. Titans have moved all the way up to Oslo, so it's Oslo Alpha and the 300. The Dallas player is now moving into the Snake 2 on Roses. And I moved from the 100 to the 200. And the Snake 2 player is being called by the Oslo player. Now there's only one player left for Roses. Titans player now moving up from the Oslo position into the finger, as we called it earlier. And they do get the 200 player. Now there's no one left on the Team Roses. And Titans moving slowly up on the field, trying to make sure that there's no one sitting behind a bunker waiting to surprise them.
Base. Point approved.
Titans do get that point, so it's 1-1 between Roses and Titan.
Seconds.
Now it's Waves versus Extreme. Waves are leading 1-0.
Seconds. Seconds.
Let's watch Waves Breaker. It does look like they want to go straight out to Dallas immediately, but they're going into the Snake
Game on.
instead. So straight into the Snake 2, they do lose their Apple player, so there's Zulu, Miami, Orange, and Snake 3. On the right hand side for Extreme, they have lost one player, but they do have the 100, the Orange, and the Zulu and America position. As you see, the Brave player is now going from the Zulu position into the Apple position, and Snake 3 is now moving up to the Cobra. Extreme is trying to hang on tight by sitting up in that America position. Does not look like they do have anyone on the Snake side yet for Extreme. It does look like the closest one is the one in America, actually. That's pretty dangerous if Waste decides to move down the Snake side. Extreme is now moving up to the 200. They do need to take space on this field. If not, they're just going to be caught up in a corner where Waves can attack them from both sides. The Miami player is now going all the way up into the Beast on the left side, or the Dorito side. And the Cobra player is being gun checked as the Extreme player is just deciding, I'm going to mug run you. Extreme has lost 2 players. There's only 2 players left on the Extreme side. Waves do have at least 3 players left. It does seem like they've lost their Snake back though. Do now decide to run down the Snake side. Does get taken out by the 200 player as he's running out. Seems like there's only 1 player left for Extreme on the 200. Waves do have 2 players left on the 200 and the Beast. Does not look like they are aware that the last player left for Extreme is on the Dorito side. They do continue to check the Snake side. They do run up and I see the person in 200. They are communicating now. They're not sure if that's the only last person left. Do now run up further. Do spot the 200 player. They are snapping back and forth. The 200 player do get the aggressive ace player. Now it's a 1v1. The base player do not look certain. The extreme player is confident because he has the information. The referees are walking closer to make sure that the players are actually aware that this is a 1v1. Trying to give them some more confidence by closing off the field for the players. Now the waste player does look a bit more confident, but it wasn't enough. The Molde player is aware there's no one else left, so he runs over and busts.
Ace. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Titan versus Roses. There's 1-1 and 2 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock. Let's watch the Titans break.
Game
Zulu,
on.
Snake 1. The Snake player actually does a flip into the Snake. The turf is a bit dry over there, unfortunately. Should probably go and check on that. Need to make sure that everything's okay and that people don't flip when they slide. Then you have the 100 and now into the Snake 2. On the right hand side they do have the America and the Zulu and the China and the Alpha position. They do also have one on the Dallas. Now moved all the way into Oslo on Titans. They do lose their 100 player now. Now it seems like there's only 3 players left for Titans. They do have the Apple, the Apple position, the 300, and now up in Bravo or Rose's Alpha position. But the Bravo slash Alpha gets taken out, and
60
Titans now there's
seconds.
only a 2v4 situation in the favor of Roses. Titans only have Zulu and Snake 3. The Snake 3 player is trying to hold tape. They do battle down the Snake. Roses do need to move upwards towards the field to make sure that they do get this point before the clock runs out. 35 seconds left. Now all the Titans players are out. Roses is now running up, saying it's clear, taking their hands up. Goes for the buzzer.
Ace. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Extreme versus Waves. 1-1. 1 minute and 41 on the clock. They
Game
do
on.
double the Zulu. They go America, Orange, and China again. And on the right hand side, they do have Snake 3, Orange. No, China, pardon me, Zulu. Miami and Apple position. Extreme is the first team to go into like the 50 field on that alpha position. Followed up with the 200 on the Dorito side. Waves is the most aggressive side on the snake though. They do have that snake tree. And the alpha player from Extreme does take it out.
60 seconds.
Both teams do need this point to make sure they advance. There is 30 seconds left on the clock. You see Extreme is now moving up. They do want this point. They do run up the field. They get one, they trade. But they do lose to the Dorito player without trading. And now Waves are just running up the snake and up the midfield here. It's important to know when you're aggressive and have your team with you. You can't just run up alone.
Base.
4 seconds left on the clock. And Waves is going to take this point, which means they're going to be a 2-1. I'm pretty sure they're not going to play a 4-point or 4-second point.
Approved.
Nei
30 seconds.
da.
20 seconds.
Skal Molde spille 4 sekunder? Skal vi spille 4 sekunder?
10 seconds.
Now it's Roses versus Titans. Roses is leading 2-1. There's 24 seconds left on the clock. Roses
Game
just need to
on.
sit there and hold Titans, and Titans running down the entire field. They do want this point. They do run down the field. They do lose one player on the push, 2 players on the push. They know they need to run down. They're already up in the midfield. They do continue to run down this.
Game time
And the time
finished.
comes out, and Roses wins
Game
this
stopped.
2-1.
No points. Game finished.
Da gikk tiden ut, og Molde vant da 2-1. Og det er da 4 sekunder igjen på den andre, og det spiller ikke lagene. Så da vant Waves 2-1.
Game time finished. Game finished.
Da er det Arctic mot Molde Extreme og Prodigy mot Infusion. Semifinale til D2. Der er det Waves mot Titans og Roses mot Extreme D2. Waves og Roses starter i A-pit. Og det er etter lunsj. Nå er det Arctic mot Molde og Prodigy mot Infusion.
Arctic ready. Molde klar. Klar for 10.
10 seconds.
And we're back to Elite. Arctic versus Molde Extreme. Arctic on left side. Let's watch the break.
Game
They do
on.
break Zulu, Apple, Orange, China, and the America. On the right hand side, we do have Apple, Zulu, Mayano, Beast, America, and China. China's now bumping up to the 200 already. On the middle one, we do have now Snake 3, and we do have the 50 Snake, and one up in the Alpha for the Extreme team. Extreme has gotten one of the Arctic players already. 2 from the Arctic players already. That means there's only 3 players left from Arctic on the left side. On the right hand side, there's still all 5 still alive. Arctic is now putting a lot of pressure on the Zulu player for no, Extreme is now putting a lot of pressure on the Arctic player that sits on the Zulu. Arctic is just trying to hold Extreme down or back to make sure that he can't just get his point for free. Extreme continues to move up on the Dorito side, now one on the 400 and one on the 300. Arctic tries to match it, but they have to be a bit careful, so they only go to the 200. So as you can see on Arctic side, you now see the Snake 3 is battling down on the tape side, like the same side, like Snake versus Snake, and the other guy on the Dorito side is sitting inwards. What you normally or typically would do in this situation is normally cross if the field allows you to. But there's probably too many bunkers in the midfield for this, on this field, to actually be able to see anything. Arctic does lose the Zulu players. Now there's only 3 players left on the Arctic side. Extreme has 5 players left still on the field. Now moved into the opposing team's 400. The 200 player is kind of just waiting for the Molde team to run them down. It's now moving from the Cobra up to the 50 Snake.
Concede.
Arctic does concede, which
Concede.
means it's 1-0 to Extreme.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Prodigy versus Infusion. Prodigy is breaking
Game on.
Apple, Zulu, Double Zulu, America, and China. On the Infusion side, we have Snake 3, America, Zulu, Orange, and one already up in the Alpha position. Prodigy have lost 1, they have lost 2. Now it's a 5v3 to Infusion. Does now go from the Zulu position out to the Dallas position, and do continue to fight down or battle down the Snake position. Infusion now doubled the Alpha position on the midfield. Now it's important for the opposing side to get down on the field with Infusion so they can play together, so nobody's being left behind or just throws their teammates into the lines then. Prodigy has 300, China and Dallas. Infusion has Cobra, Double Alpha, 1 in Beast and 1 in China.
Hva har vi? Tredje gang, Filtre! Er det China, Dallas?
Only 2 players left now for Prodigy. Infusion still has 4 people on the field. 5, excuse me. So it's China and Dallas on the back line for Prodigy. They're just crossing. As Infusion is slowly trying to move up on the field.
Concede. Concede.
Prodigy concedes,
Concede.
which means Infusion is now leading 1-0 in
Point
this back-to-back.
approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Extreme versus Arctic again. Extreme is leading 1-0. Extreme
Game
breaks.
on.
Apple, Zulu, Orange, China, America. Arctic has Snake 3, America, Zulu, Orange, and 100. From the Snake 3 into the Cobra. Apple player from Extreme is being taken out as he tries to bump. Zulu player bumps into the Dallas. Extreme player now trying to get into the Alpha position, try to put some pressure on the Snake. Now all the way up into Bergen already. Is looking towards the Snake side now. Arctic does get into the 50 Snake and is looking towards that Oslo position, but there's no one on Oslo. They're sitting in Bergen. As you can see, the ref is checking the Arctic player on Cobra. Did break some ball back there on the Dallas position, just had to clean his barrel with a squidgy. Now checks if the barrel is clean to make sure he can actually battle again. Arctic now moving into the Viper position or Extreme's Cobra position. Do have the count. They've eliminated 2 players so far. We're now eliminated 3. Do move fast up into the Snake position. We see this from Extreme's point of view. There's 2 people left, just like Prodigy just were on the back line. It's not where you want to be, but it's where you have to be. Arctic is moving up on the Snake side, as you can see, like they're playing very aggressive. Now there's only 1 person left for Extreme. Are they gonna concede or what are they gonna do?
Base.
And Arctic gets a point, which means they're gonna equal to 1-1.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Hello from WaveSpit. Hello, Nikolai. Infusion versus Prodigy. On the left side, we have Infusion.
Game on.
They're breaking Snake. And they have the same issue as well. They just trembled on the turf somewhere there. Dust gets taken out as they get into the 50th Snake Infusion. Now there's only 3 players left on the Infusion side. Prodigy does have one in the Beast position and one in the America position, one in the China position. Only 2 people left for Infusion. Prodigy do have 4 people at least. Terribly sorry, that's the wrong camera. Gets into the 50. Snake and Prodigy. Prodigy is aware where the both last Infusion players are. They are aware there's only 1 person left. And the last person from Infusion does go out. They do know it's no one else left. And they're gonna equal to a 1-1.
Base. Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Arctic versus Extreme.
Game on.
Break straight into Snake 3. It does get called out as they reach the Snake 3 point. Extreme is very aggressive. They're already on the opposing team's alpha position, also known as Bravo. And the 50 Snake. Arctic has 3 players left on the field. Now there's only 1 player left on the field for Arctic's side. Those get taken out as he's bumping to the
Concede. Concede.
Dallas position.
Concede.
Now there's 2-1 to
Point
Extreme.
approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Let's take a look at Prodigy's break now. Prodigy versus Infusion again, it's 1-1.
Game on.
Double Zulu, Apple, China and America. On Infusion, there's Dallas, so double Zulu going into Miami. China, no, Orange I mean, and it seems like they've lost one in the break. Prodigy has the most aggressive approach this time around. Infusion now moving into the Beast, matching the Prodigy side. Prodigy's then bumping straight into the 300. They want nothing with the mirror play to do. They want to show who's most aggressive here. Infusion has the Snake 3 position, Prodigy doesn't. They do lose their America player. That means they have the Dallas, the Zulu, 100 and 300. Infusion do have Beast, China, Zulu and Snake 3. They do not have anyone on Dallas, but here you can see the Dallas player of also Prodigy. It does look like both the Dorito sides do trade, which means there's 3 players left for Prodigy and it's 3 players left for Infusion. It's a 3v3, an even match so far. It's still a 3v3. The aggression has slowed down from both sides. As we can see here, the Prodigy is standing on the back line almost. Infusion have one in the Cobra position, and except for that there's China and Zulu. So the question is, does the aggression on Infusion side pay off this time? Or will the waiting game by Prodigy be the one that pays off? Or will Prodigy go on the offense as well on the Dorito side? Bump from the 100 to the 200 on the Prodigy side. Bumps from the 200 up to the 300 now. Matches the Snake's position on the opposite side of the field. Now the position is very, very equal. Field-wise, they both have one up in aggressive ends, one on the Dorito side, one on the Snake side. Both teams have 2 playing passively in the background, just waiting for that aggressive play. Goes from the Cobra up to the 50 Snake. Just trying to find someone to battle with. Bounce from the 300 up to the 400. Now they're moving up from orange into America. On the Prodigy side and moving from China up to the 100. You do find an America player. America player does go out to battle the 50 snake. Dallas player is holding the tape side now. They do get a 50 snake, Prodigy. Now there's a 3v2. They do move up to the 50 snake.
$60.
They are being checked. There's 1 minute left. And the Zulu player does go for Infusion. Now it's a 3v1 in favor of Prodigy. They do get the 100 player as well.
Concede.
And
Concede.
Infusion concedes.
Concede.
Which means it's 2-1 for Prodigy. And 42 seconds left on the clock.
Point approved.
Han visste ikke at jeg var ute, vet du. Og da skjøt jeg ganske mye etterpå, så så jeg.
$30. 20 seconds. $10.
And we're back. Extreme versus Arctic. Extreme is leading 2-1.
Game on.
Arctic super aggressive, so is Extreme. They do trade out 1-for-1 on that snake side. Arctic does have someone up in the snake tree and one in the beast position. Do lose their China player. Does also have one on the beast position. Do take out the Extreme player up in Bergen. Does now move up to the Cobra and the Snake Tree position. The Extreme player do get the Cobra player from Arctic. Now have one in Snake Tree and one in China. It's now calling out, it's just 200 even though it's 300. Bumped up to the 400. Does call game themselves, so they are aware that there's no one left on the Arctic side. That's 3-1 to Extreme.
$30 seconds. $20 seconds. $10 seconds.
Now back to Infusion versus Prodigy. 42 seconds left on the clock. Infusion do need to have an aggressive player if they do want to get this to work.
Game on.
Breaks Dallas Apple. Straight in, walks straight up to the snake. Does get taken out. Prodigy do lose their snake player as well. They do now have Dallas, Zulu, Orange, China. Infusion do have Snake, Cobra, Oslo, 300, oh, 100, pardon. They do know they have to be aggressive. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. Prodigy just need to sit down and lock it down tight. They do run up the... They do run for the busters. There's 2 seconds left. They do run for the buster.
Game time finished.
And game time finished right before he
Game
gets to the
stopped.
bus. Unfortunate. Unfortunate for Infusion. Did not reach the buzzer in time. Which means Prodigy won that point 2-1. As our producer here is taking a awkward selfie in the studio.
Swing point to Prodigy.
Base.
We're getting a message from a referee here. There's a swing point, so Prodigy gets that point,
Reverse
which
point.
means they're going to win 3-2-1.
Game finished.
Da vant Prodigy 3-1.
.30 seconds. .20 seconds. .10 seconds.
Arctic versus Extreme. Let's go
Game
Oracle
on.
on Titans. Hello, hello. Arctic's breaking very aggressively onto the snake. We know that Extreme has been doing it as well, but this time it's actually Arctic that is the most aggressive team. And it does look like it's paying off so far. Arctic 5 players on the field. Extreme only 4. The referee is coming to paint check the 50 snake, but it's clear. Extreme is now up in that alpha position.
60
Arctic up in
seconds.
100 through 300, and also have one in the Zulu position. Do not have anyone on the Dallas though. And Extreme does have one in the Dallas, one in the 101 in the alpha position. It is a 3v3 currently. Oh, Arctic just lost their Zulu player, which means there is a 2v3. Does run down the field. Is being checked. He's being called out. It's being called out as well. There's just a Dallas from the Molde. Actually, there's 2 from Molde that are running for the buzzer, seeing who's faster. There's only 5 seconds left on the clock.
Base.
They do go for the buzzer. And it's going to be a 4-1 to Extreme against
Point
Arctic.
approved.
22 seconds left on the clock, 2 minutes on the next point.
Da leder Molde 4-1. 22 sekunder igjen.
One minute.
sekunder.
30 seconds.
Twenty-two
20
seconds
seconds.
left on the clock. If Arctic wants to get another point, they have to do it fast, so I think it's best if we just leave the cameras as they are, because this is either going to be a
10
point where both teams
seconds.
just sits at the back, or it's going to be a clash of the titans in the mid. So let's see what they decide to do here.
Game on.
Molde decides to be aggressive, they lose one player. Arctic decides to be aggressive as well. They run down the field, they do want these points. He's being taken down as they run, 10 seconds left. They know they do have to push down the field.
Game time finished. Game stopped.
Game time finished, Molde Extreme 1-4-1 against Arctic.
No points. Game finished.
Ja, da gikk tiden ut, og Molde vant da 4-1. Da Da er det siste innledende. Det er Molde mot Waves og Prodigy mot Arctic. Ja, vi kjører i gang, og etter det så er det lunsj. Husk å melde dere på 1-mot-1-konkurransen, som skal gå etter det ekstraordinære etter finalen og ekstraordinært årsmøte, og så begynner vi 1-mot-1. Akkurat nå så er det 15 stykker som har meldt seg på 1 for 1. Vi har plass til 32. 100 kroner å melde seg på, og så er det premie. 15 stykker har meldt seg på. Gå inn på norgespaintballforbund.no og logg inn, og under min side sport og turneringer så kan dere melde dere på. Da er det Molde mot Waves og Prodigy mot Arctic. Vi er klare for 10 sekunder.
We're being ready for the 10 seconds in the last back-to-back before we're taking a lunch break and making sure
10
that
seconds.
which teams are going to the finals or not. So here we are, Extreme versus Waves.
Game on.
Stream is breaking very back heavy, and then they're moving in towards the field. Wave straight into the alpha position. This looks like Wave has lost 2 players already. Extreme is moving heavily up on that snake side. Oh, do spot the alpha player. Do battle back and forth, do snap. He's just waiting for the rest of his team to arrive and help him out here. He do have information. Doesn't know what to do yet. He do want the rest of his team to actually help him. He's standing there communicating. Telling his teammates to just run up. They do get the trade.
Concede. Concede.
Waves do concede, which means it's 1-0
Point
to Extreme.
approved.
Shut down Waves. Now it's Oslo Prodigy versus Arctic.
Seconds. 20 seconds.
Let's watch the Prodigies break now, because they're on the left side.
10 seconds.
And here you can see the pod runners running out on the field, picking up the pods after the players. It's greeting to the cameras. Prodigies breaking straight into the snake. Does get caught out by the... does get hidden feet. Do recognize it himself. They're doubling up the Zulu. Do lose another one. It's only 3 players left for the Prodigy team right now. Arctic does have Snake Tree, America, Zulu, Orange, China. American player does throw them straight into the 50 Snake. And the Prodigy player is sitting at Alpha, is trying to battle the Snake Tree player. And now the 50 Snake is battling in towards the Orange player. Prodigy do lose their Alpha player, which means there's only 2 people left on Prodigy. 1 on Alpha, 1 on Orange. The China player is being checked. The China player is now out. Now there's only Orange left. And Orange plays out. Arctic takes the first point, 1-0 to Arctic.
Concede. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
And we're back. Waves against Extreme. Waves on the left side. Let's watch the break.
Game on.
They go Dallas, Double Zulu, Orange, and China. And here we can see Extreme and Waves. They're battling back and forth. Extreme have 1 on America, 1 Zulu, and 1 on Orange. Bumping up to the China because the China just got taken out. Wave still has 5 people on the field. Extreme only has 3. Extreme is leading 1-0 though, so Waves do need this point to still be in the game. It is now 4 on the Wave side, 2 on Extreme side, unless they just bump back to the Dallas. Yep, still 3. They bump back to the Dallas position. Now going from America and all the way into actually just mugging the 400 player. Does get traded out by the Alpha player. Now it's a 3v2. Yeah, 1 on the 200 and 1 on the Dallas. Now the 100 walks, now it's just Dallas left on the Extreme side. He is being pain checked, but he's still also trying to fight back, but he can't shoot. Guess for penalty. He gets taken down by Waves, and they're gonna go for the buzzer. It's gonna be a 1-1 with 7 minutes left on clock.
Klass. Ordentlig klass.
Base. Point approved.
Steffen, bare kjør det samme der, da.
Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. Ten seconds.
And now it's Arctic versus Prodigy. Arctic is leading 1-0. Arctic break on left hand side. Breaks
Game
right
on.
into the snake. Climbs up to the snake tree immediately. 1 on America, 1 Zulu, 1 Orange, 1 China. Prodigy do have Miami, lost 1, Apple, Zulu, and China. Arctic's right into the 50 already. Prodigy trying to match it with a beast move on herself. Lost a China player, only 3 players left on Prodigy. Arctic still has 5 players left. Is being checked by the referee though. There's only 1 player left on the Prodigy side. Now there's no one left. Arctic is leading 2-0. And they're not even going for the buzzer, they're just chilling.
Concede.
And Prodigy is
Concede.
conceding.
Concede.
8 minutes and 14 left on the clock.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Extreme versus Sugar All Waves.
Game on.
Apple, Zulu, Orange, America. Loses 1 in the break. Waves do have 50 snake, lost 1, Zulu, Orange, and 100. There's 2 on the 50 snake now. 1 for Waves, 1 for Extreme. You do get the Extreme player as he's spotting. You do get called out as well, for some reason. Didn't quite see a hit, but I'm not the referee. Here we see Waves moving up on the Dorito side, up in the 400, up in the 100. Extreme have 1 in the 100 and 1 on the Dallas position. Waves have 300, 100 and the Dallas position now. Extreme is still hitting Dallas on 100. Wave has 300 and Dallas. Seems like it's a 2v2 now. The Waves player is looking for a pod, but it doesn't have any. Now he's low on his upper, he needs to do something. He is being run down. There isn't even trade, now there's a 1v1. We will have a 1v1 tournament later on today. After the finalists are done here, and we're taking a short break. So this is something that we can expect later on when we will actually have the 1v1. Oh, the extreme player gets the wave player. That means it's 1 to no, 2 to 1.
Concede. Point
To extreme.
approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. Ten seconds.
Now it's Prodigy versus Arctic. We're watching Prodigy's break. Arctic is leading 2-0.
Game on.
Prodigy is being shot in the break as they're going into the snake and into America. This is the second time it's happened to them this time. There is something that certainly ain't working for them right now. Let's just hope they can figure it out before the next point. Arctic is moving up to the 50 snake.
Concede.
Prodigy is
Concede.
conceding. It's
Concede.
3-0 to Arctic.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now we're back. Waves versus Extreme. Short out Waves versus Extreme.
Game on.
Straight into the Dallas position, straight into the Apple, Zulu. No Apple, Zulu, Orange, and China, and the American. On the right hand side on Extreme, we have America, Zulu, Orange, China. They lost their Dallas player already, unfortunately. Extreme have one in the 50 snakes being called out. That's Joel. Extreme is moving up on up towards a beast position. Waves is just sitting all the way on the back line. Just have 4 people on the back line. You need to be a bit aggressive on this field. But you can't be aggressive on one side alone. That doesn't work, unfortunately. You have to work as a team actually on this field. It's very good compensated that way. Well, I meant compensated in a way of a team manner. Of course, the right side have to compensate for the left side. And you need to play something called bait and switch. When one teammate peeks, gets all the attention, that's when the other guy wraps around and Shoot him from a different angle. Waves now moving into the snake 2 position. Now moving from the apple position into the Dallas position. And they also have one in the beast. Extreme now up in the snake 3, 50 snake, and 200 and 300. 300 and 400. They do lose their 300 on the extreme side. Now there's only 3 people left on extreme. Waves do lose their beast player. And their 100 player. Now there's a 2v3. And Extreme is just pushing up the side, just playing extreme aggressively, taking down the Waves player
Base.
to make it a 3-1.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. Twenty seconds. 10 seconds.
And we're back. Arctic versus Prodigy. Arctic is leading 3-0.
Game on.
Arctic is moving heavily mid up in America and all the way on the back lines. Apple, Zulu, Orange in China. Prodigy is now playing Miami, America, Zulu, China, and Dallas. The Dallas player actually made it out this time. That's pretty huge, considering it's been taken in the break the 2 couple of last times. Arctic is now up in the 50 snake position. Is going up to the 200 position as well on the Dorito side. Now moving from Apple into Dallas. Still have a Zulu player and a China player. Prodigy still have all 5 people still in play on the field, moving up to that alpha position and holding the 50 snake. Now it's important for them to be aggressive on the snake side, so Arctic can't use that to their advantage like they've been doing the past rounds. They do have a super aggressive snake side, and Prodigy do need to hold it down. Either that or they have to match that aggression. Prodigy do lose their 300 player. Arctic still 5 bodies on the field. They do move highly up on the Dorito side there now. And they do sandwich up on the guy in the middle. It's dangerous to sit up there on the middle alone when your teammates don't play aggressively on the other sides. There is 3 players left from Prodigy. And there's just 3 players left from Arctic now as well. Oh, there's only 2 players left for Prodigy, only 1 player left for Prodigy. Prodigy did get a minor on 1-for-1, unfortunately. And Arctic wins the 2v1. So that's 4-0 to Arctic.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
Da tok Arctic den 4-0. Nå er det Molde mot Stjørdal. Molde leder 3-1, 1-16.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now we're back with Extreme versus Waves.
Game on.
We're going straight into the 500 and into the alpha position. Loses the alpha and the 50.
60 seconds.
50 snake. Wave seems to have no one left on the field. Seems like at least 3 of them was taken in the break and then the 2 others were just paddled off. Pretty
Base.
fast. Now it's a 4-1 to Extreme, which means we need 1 more point to win this by a mercy.
Point approved. One minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Waves versus Extreme. There's 30 seconds back on the clock. Left on the clock. Waves do need this point. They're just running down the entire field. They need 3 points in 20 seconds. It doesn't look like this is going to be possible. There is 10 seconds left. 9, 8. And game time finish. And Molde's gonna take this 4-1.
Game time finished. Game stopped.
Congratulations to Molde Extreme on this back-to-back.
No points.
Congratulations
Game
to Arctic
finished.
for the 4-0 against Oslo Prodigy.
Yes, da vant Molde 4-1, tiden gikk ut, og Arctic vant 4-0. Da er det lunsj, så cirka en halvtime. Slipp dommerne fram, sånn at de får mat. Dommerne prioriteres. Da det sokk på, mask av. Sokk på, sokk på, sokk på, sokk på! Mask av.
So then it's 4. Then we're gonna have a 35 minute-ish break, lunch break. And then we're gonna go back, and then it's gonna be finals. So you guys just sit out, find some food, find some snacks. You finally have the opportunity to leave the TV. Og for dere som synes det er litt vanskelig å høre på, fordi tross alt har blitt international her, så betyr det at det er pause. Du kan gå med deg ut av sofaen og ordne deg noe fôr. Ha dem. And we're back after a little break. Now it's just gun check, and then they're going to prepare for 10 seconds. So, the first back-to-backs in the semifinals is Sherrill Waves in D2 versus Orkland Titans. And then it's Molde Extreme D2 versus Molde Extreme Roses.
Nei, hvem er som A og hvem er som må? Jeg vet ikke. Skal du inn for noen, eller Johs? Ja. Alle dommere på bad! Hvis vi er fremdeles åtte, så vil jeg ha det inn på midten. Og ligge og se. Jos, kan du ta ett poeng, ikke sant? Og så andre, så bytter du side neste gang. Så du ikke ligger og ser på samme laget 2 ganger, hvis du skjønner hva jeg mener. Hvis du tar Orkland denne gangen, ikke sant, så blir det jo, så du bare ligger på en side, du. Ja, der du føler deg komfortabel. Hvis du ser innsida Sneik i starten, ja, og Sierra eller backen, for jeg ser hele puddingsida. Klar! Klar!
10 seconds.
And we're ready for 10 seconds against Waves against Titans. Let's watch Waves Breaker.
Game on.
They're going Dallas, America, Miami, Zulu and Orange. And Titans we have on the Alpha, America, Zulu, Orange, and they just lost their channel player. Waves are now pushed up to the 50 snake, and they just got a alpha player from Titans. They still have the America player, the Zulu player, and the channel player. Waves do have one up in Miami and Zulu and Orange. They also do have one on Dallas here on the back row, and now moving up to the snake 2 and pushing up to the snake 3 already. And Titans do not have anyone into their snake side yet. As you can see, Waves is slowly pushing up to the center field there, up to the 50 line on the snake side. And they just got the alpha player of Titans, which means, and the Zulu player, which means the last player for Titans is just the channel player. As As they're moving up the snake here to make sure that they can get the China player, just so they can bus. And it seems like they're available to get the last Titan player out.
Base. Point approved.
Bra, gutta!
30 seconds. Twenty seconds. 10 seconds.
Now next to the over to the next back-to-back in the semifinals. It's Roses versus Extreme.
Game
Roses
on.
is breaking Apple, double Zulu. The canister's out in the orange. Extreme is breaking Bergen, Dallas, no, not Dallas, double Zulu, loses a Zulu player. And Apple, the Apple player is going out there. They do lose their Bergen player. Now there's only Zulu left for Extreme. Roses still have 3 people on the field right now, actively playing. And Extreme only do have 1, as it seems. The Extreme player is battling. He's trying to battle towards the Dorito side and is also moving over there. Do get hit in the pack. And with that, the Roses takes the first point, 1-0.
Base. Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Titan versus Waves again. Waves is leading 1-0. Titans is
Game
going Dallas Apple, losing their Dallas player in the break. Zulu, America, and 100. Waves is America, Apple, Dallas. No, Apple, Zulu loses their America player. And the orange player. They also do have 1 up in Miami. Titans are pushing up on the field now from the snake tree into the cobra and from the orange into the beast. Titan is still sitting there in the back line on the Zulu and the apple position and the 100. It does look like it's a 3v3 currently on the field going on. Titans do manage to remove one other base player. That would be their Cobra player. Titan is slowly but surely moving up on that Dorito side now from the 200 to the 300. And waves have gone all the way from the orange into the 100 as well.
Concede. 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 Point approved.
And Titans just conceded that point, so it's 1-1 between Titans and Waves. Now we're back to Extreme versus Roses. Roses is leading 1-0.
30 seconds. Seconds. 10 seconds.
Let's have a look at Extremes break this one.
Game on.
They have a triple Zulu. And they lose 3 in the break. No, they lose 2 in the break. One's bumping from the Zulu over to the apple. They also have 1 Dallas going aggressively in the snake. On the right hand side we have a double Zulu, 100, 1 in the finger or the can and 1 in the apple bunker. It does currently look like there's a 2v4 situation going on the field right now. Do move from the Zulu over to the China. Roses do have 1 in the snake tree, 1 in the alpha position. 400, 100 and the Zulu. There's actually 5 bodies still for Roses. So it's a 5v2. And Extreme is just holding on. They can't lose this point. If they do, they won't advance to the gold finalists. Extreme losing their Dallas player. Now it's only the China player left. It's a 1v5 situation. And the last Extreme player is now called out by the referees. And it looks like it's a clean sweep from Roses. Still 5 people on the field.
Base.
That means Roses is going to win this 2-0 and they're going to advance to the gold finals.
Point approved. Game finished.
We would
30
advise
seconds.
people that are currently watching to subscribe to the channel so you guys would know when we're live. In case there are events coming up or you don't follow the schedule and you're
20
genuinely
seconds.
interested in watching the sport. And it would help us immensely just to support it. So thank you a lot.
10 seconds.
And now we're back. Waves versus Titans. 1v1, or they both have 1 point each.
Game on.
Waves is breaking Dallas, Snake, 50 Snake, Miami, Zulu, Orange. Titans have Apple, Zulu, Orange, China, and America. On Waves, 50 Snake is being called out by the referee.
Sixty seconds.
Now there's 1 minute left of the game time. It's anyone's game at this point. Both teams do have to actually reach the other team's buzzer to be able to get the point. And soon it's only 30 seconds left. Someone have to make an aggressive move here. They have 10 seconds. If not, it's going to be an overtime in the second division here to figure out which team advances to the finalists and which team has to
Game
go
time
for the bronze.
finished. Game stopped. No points. Overtime.
Da gikk tiden ut, og det endte 1-1, og da er det overtid, 5 minutter. Da skal Stjørdal starte på A-side, og Orkland på B-side.
One minute. Thirty seconds. Time out. One minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Welcome to overtime between Waves and Titans. Waves on the left side, let's watch their break now. They're breaking
on.
Dallas, America, Zulu, Orange, and China. Titans have one getting up to the 50 snake. Now they're both teams has one in the 50 snake. America, no, Zulu, Orange, and China. Waves have lost 2 players already, 3 players already. There's only 2 players left on the Wave side. That's the one in the 50 snake, and I think that's it. Just the 50 snake left for the Waves. And there's a minor in the overtime here, a 1-for-1. There's just 3 people left and they got a 50 snake. I think that's it. Even though Titans got a minor, they're still gonna go and advance over to the gold finals.
Point approved. Game finished.
Da vant Titans der 2-1. Da er det Arctic mot Prodigy og Molde mot Infusion. Meld dere på 1 mot 1. Det er 16 påmeldte. Det er plass til 16 til. Meld dere på norgespaintballforbund.no og gå inn på min side og sport og turneringer og miniturneringer og meld dere på.
And now it's the semifinals for the Elite
10
Division.
seconds.
Arctic versus Oslo Prodigy.
Lang snake, langs baklinja!
Game on.
Going straight into America, straight up to the Snake Tree, and then Zulu, Orange and China. Prodigy have a Dallas, Apple, Zulu, Orange. Seems like they lost someone in the break actually on the Prodigy side. No, they didn't. They have one up in Miami, but now he's lost. They get taken out as that is bumping from the Orange over to the China. Arctic already up in that 50 snake position and up in that 400 or Cobra. We've seen that Arctic has been very aggressive this entire day, which is the reason why it's been going so well for them actually.
Concede. Concede.
And Prodigy's conceding, which means it's 1-0 to Arctic.
Point approved.
Ja,
30 seconds. 20 seconds.
Now it's Extreme versus Infusion. Extreme on the left side, Infusion on the right side.
10 seconds.
Mikta! Bollen Mikta!
Game on.
They're going Apple, Zulu, Orange, China, America. On the Fusion side, it's Dallas, double Zulu, Orange, and they lost their 100. Going up to Snake 3 now. Molde already have one in the 50 Snake. Going up to the Cobra position. Molde now has one in the Snake 2, Snake 3 position. Both teams has lost a couple of players. There's at least 3 players left for Extreme. Walks up on the Viper, or the enemy Cobra position. Runs up the snakes and gets the last player that sits in the China position. The communication isn't quite on top there, but it gets the job done. He's just standing at the buzzer trying to waste some time, self-buzzing.
Base. Point approved. Thirty seconds.
And now we're back to Prodigy versus Arctic. Arctic is leading 1-0.
20 seconds. Ten seconds.
Let's watch Prodigy's break here. Double
Game
Zulu,
on.
Apple, Orange, China. Going from China into the 100 immediately. On the right side we have Dallas, Zulu, Orange, 100 America. Dallas moving up to the Snake Tree. Prodigy is running all the way from Zulu all the way out to Dallas, but they lose their Apple player and be taken out in a 1v1. There's a minor 1-4-1. Pardon. Now there's 3 players left for Prodigy on the Miami 100 and Zulu 200 now, going all the way out to Dallas again. Arctic up in that 50 snake position again, which are love to be aggressive on. And going from the alpha position out to Bergen. The snake do get the Dallas player. Now he's playing aggressively on the left side.
Concede.
Prodigy
Concede.
does concede, which means it's 2-1.
Point
No,
approved.
2-0 in favor of Arctic.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Infusion versus Extreme. Extreme is leading 1-0.
Game on.
Breaking Snake 1. Straight up to that 50 Snake. This time around, Infusion is the most aggressive team out there. Extreme is now getting up to that 50 Snake position as well. Do get taken out. Do get a minor because the Molde player actually was sitting inside of that 50 Snake and he did a 180 turn and shot the Infusion player after him being shot.
Base. Point approved.
Point approved to Infusion. Now it's 1-1 between them, and now we're back to Arctic versus Oslo Prodigy. Arctic is leading 2-0. No, 2-0.
30 seconds. Timeout. One minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
back to the break. We're following Arctic side.
Game on.
They do break immediately into the snake. They are aggressive now, as they've always been. Oslo Prodigy is still doubling that Zulu position. Do move out to the Dallas. Did get called out on it though. It wasn't a successful bump. Prodigy is trying to be more aggressive on the Dorito side now. And the snake side, slowly but surely moving up. Arctic already has that 50 snake position now. And the snake tree from Prodigy is taken out from the snake player on Arctic. Now they're trying to be even more aggressive on the Dorito side. Just holding for the aggression. Do we see anyone else on the right side now? There's just one over at China. There's no one on the snake side at all for Prodigy. It's just a Dorito player right, left. The Dorito player is being called out.
Concede. Concede. Concede.
Prodigy does concede. Now it's 3-0 in favor for Arctic.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now Extreme versus Infusion again. It is 1-1.
Game on.
Already have one already up on the Bravo position. Playing extremely aggressive. We did see him. Oh, they're both running. Oh, they're running past each other. Does get traded out by the Infusion player. He's being checked. He is being called out on the Beast position. Extreme is moving up on that snake side now, up to the snake tree and into the Beast, or Alpha position. Do get the Bergen player from Infusion. Also have one in the 100 now, more aggressive towards the snake. Infusion do have a player back there on the snake 1. Do move into the Apple position. Now playing aggressively up on the Dorito side. They do get that Apple player. Now there is 2 versus no one. Which means this point will go to Extreme. So we'll be in the lead with 2-1.
Concede. 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 Point approved.
Kom igjen, boys!
30 seconds.
Now we're back. All-Star Prodigy versus Arctic. Arctic is 3-0. Prodigy do need a comeback here.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Can Prodigy make the full comeback, or will Arctic be the first team to advance into the gold finalist in Elite Division?
Game on.
They do play it very safely on the Prodigy side. They already lost their Zulu player. Arctic still has 5 people on the field. Prodigy only have 4. Man advantage to Arctic. Arctic not as aggressive on the snake side now as they've been previously. Maybe they didn't like the aggressive push that Prodigy had towards that Dorito side and wants to take more care of it. Arctic now losing the America player, but now here comes the aggression into the snake. They have 3 people watching the 500 on the Dorito side. Now the snake tree is looking outwards. It does see the Dallas player. This is the second time the Dallas player has been looking down the snake without its marker up. Now they do lose the orange player over at Prodigy side. Arctic is taking a more heavier approach up on the middle field. Now they have 1 up in the enemy Cobra, 1 in the 400 and 1 in the alpha position as well. It's being checked. The referee is calling him clean. Now calling China Dallas as the 2 last players from Prodigy. They're crossing. Arctic does still have 4 players left. It's a 4v2. Either Arctic is going to be the first gold finalist here in the lead, or Prodigy is going to pull out a incredible play. Now it's a 1v4. Now it's a 1v2. They're running up. Actually managed to get 2 players in that 1v4.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
Da vant Arctic der 4-0. Nå er det Infusion mot Molde Extreme.
.30 seconds.
Now it's Infusion versus Extreme.
20
Extreme is
seconds.
leading 2-1. On Infusion we have Mats, Daniel, Erik, Erikas,
10 seconds.
Patrick, and Tobias. And now we're starting, so I can't read up the other words. No names.
Game
I'm
on.
terribly sorry. Now we have double Zulu, 1 Miami. Zulu now bouncing up to orange, and China and the Dallas. Over up the extreme side, we do have Beast. We have America, Apple, Zulu, and orange. Infusion losing at least 2 players, perhaps actually 3. There's just 2 players left for Infusion now. Extreme do have 5 players left on the field. So it's currently a 5v2. I think there's now a 5v1 actually.
Concede. Concede.
And Infusion concedes now 3-1 to Molde Extreme.
Point approved.
And now 2 minutes until the next break time. We have time. 3 more names. So here we have the names from Molde Extreme. We have Daniel, we have Håkon, Håvard, Henrik, Joakim, Christian, Marcus, Philip, and Robin.
One minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
And we're back with Extreme versus Infusion. Extreme leading 3-1. Infusion needs a comeback here to advance to the gold
Game
finalist.
on.
If not, they're going to meet Prodigy and the Sem are in the bronze finalists. Molde loses 1 player. Infusion extremely aggressive now compared to the other rounds. Molde lost 3 people already. Infusion seems to only have lost 1. Now it seems like they've taken
Nice.
off Molde's player in a short amount of time. What is this aggression? Just came from nowhere.
Point approved.
Point approved, now it's 3-1.
Første poenget, og Molde leder 3-2. 3-0
3-2.
på klokka.
One minute. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
3-2 in favor for Extreme. 3 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock. Who's gonna take this point?
Game on.
Infusion still very aggressive up in that middle part of the field. Molde is matching that aggression. Both teams have someone on the alpha. You haven't seen anyone like far up in the snake already. He's being gun checked on the snake. He's being told to keep on playing. Extreme does get mid player for from Infusion. He's just sitting there holding the gap between the Snake 3 and the Cobra. Which the Infusion player really wants to go and play on too. There's 4 bodies still on Infusion side. On Extreme sides there's still 5 people. So there is a 5v4 in man advantage to Molde Extreme. There is 1:35 left on the clock. Infusion do need his point. Extreme can just sit and hold if they want to. Infusion loses another player. Now there's only 3 people left on the Infusion side. And another one, and another one. Now there's only 1 person left on Infusion. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. And there the aggressive Snake from Extreme takes the last player from Infusion.
60 seconds.
So 1 minute left and it's going to be 4-2 in favor of Extreme.
Concede. 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 Point approved. One minute. Time out. One minute. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Extreme versus Infusion. 54 seconds left on the clock. Infusion needs 2 points.
Game on.
Extreme just needs to hold them back. They will advance. But Infusion knows they need to push both this point and the next one if they want to advance. Infusion's most aggressive player is now out. They know they have to move upwards. They've gotten into that middle position now. There's only 20 seconds left. It doesn't look like they want to push for the last final points. Now there's 10 seconds left. And the time is just about to go out to a 0 point.
Game
Congratulations
time
to Extreme
Game stopped.
for the gold finalist place against
No
Arctic.
points. Game
Then
finished.
we're going to have Infusion versus Prodigy in the bronze finalists.
Da blir det et par minutter, for jeg skal bare regne litt. Bare hold på hatten så lenge. Sokk på. Sokk på. Maske av. Yes, da har vi Molde Extreme D2 mot Waves D2. Og så har vi Roses mot Titans. Molde D2 og Waves D2, det er bronsefinale. Og Roses og Titans er gullfinale i D2. Etterpå så har vi Infusion mot Prodigy. Det er bronsefinale. Og så har vi Molde Extreme mot Arctic, som er gullfinale. Extreme D2, Roses, Infusion og Molde Extreme starter på A-side. Når dommerne er klare, så setter vi i gang. Det er opp til Stian.
Warning, live field, goggles on. Warning, live field, goggles on.
Molde, Stjørdal. OK, klar. Skal vi stille oss opp? Nei. Det blir ikke noe gunfight, nei. Skal ta...
10 seconds.
And we're ready for the bronze finalist in second division right now. It's Extreme versus Waves.
Game on.
Extreme loses one in the break. Wave seems to only be 4 people as well. Extreme loses yet another player. There's just 3 players left for Extreme. There's at least 4 for Waves. Waves now loses their China players. And the Zulu player. No, the Zulu just bumps up to the E. I was just walking up the lane here. Just picking off the Extreme players. That's the first points to Waves. 1-0 against Extreme.
Base. Point approved.
Da tok Waves første poenget der sånn. Nå er det Molde Extreme mot Titans.
Thirty seconds.
Now it's Roses versus Titans
20 seconds.
in the gold finalist here now.
Ten seconds.
We're going to be watching Roses break. They do
Game
double
on.
that Zulu position again and go into the fingering straight into the alpha position. They did lose their Dorito player there in the break. Over at the Titans, they do have America, Apple, Zulu, Orange, and China. Still all 5 bodies in the match, so Roses is in a disadvantage that way. Titan are bumping up to the 100 and up to the orange, no, China position from the orange position. They do lose their 100 player, and their America player does go into the 50 snake. Is this alpha player ready for the 50 snake though? That's a question for Roses. He is moving up towards the Cobra. He is holding their alpha. Now goes out wide. Do get their alpha player. Now sits on their snake 3 position. There's 2 players left for Roses. They are being pressured hard by that snake side. The snake player is being called out and they do get a minor. It is a 1-for-1. Now there is a 2v2. As we see, Roses are the one on the offense this time. Just walking slowly up to the Dorito side. Don't pay attention, don't see the person on the beast, but they do trade. Now there is a 1v1. Walking slowly up the snake. Do see the player going into the 100, running up to the 300. Just running all the way over. Does just run for the buzzer.
Base. Point approved.
Did get a point approved, so that's 1-0 for Titans.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds.
Now we're back with Waves against Extreme. Waves is leading 1-0.
Game on.
Are they going to take this 0-2 or is Extreme going to capitulate? Extreme loses 1 player already. You can see him just chilling there. Finding Sock. Wave also lost a player now. Seems like it's a 4v4 situation. Extreme pretty quick into that 50 snake. Do take aggression on this field. It is very important. You can see the Wave player is trying to lock down the Extreme player. Is asking for a paint check. Does go out. And Extreme is now on the enemy Cobra position. Waves do get a minor. It is a 1-for-1. Doesn't fully understand why, but... Now there's only 2 players left for Waves. Extreme do have 3 players. There is currently a 3v2 going on. So you can see Extreme is now moving up towards the middle field part. They are trying to find the Waves players. Wave do lose 1 of their players, only 1 person left. And they do find him eventually. That means Extreme is now going to even this match out 1-1. And Waves concedes.
Concede. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now we're back. Titans versus Roses. Titan is leading 1-0.
Game on.
They are pretty aggressive down on this field now. They're actually doubling the America. Did get called out. He's now going in for another check. Does get called out as well. Titans already lost 2 players. And it's a 1-for-1. Only 1 player left for Titans now.
Concede.
And
Concede.
Titans do concede, and
Concede.
it's going to equal to a 1-1.
Point approved.
Tusen hjertelig takk, Thomas. We appreciate the good comments on YouTube.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 'Game on.
And we're back. Extreme versus Waves. Extreme does have 3 players on the field currently. Waves do have 5 actually. They still have 1 in the snake as well. It's currently 1-1 with 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock by the time I'm done with this sentence. And the snake player from Waves is moving aggressively up on the field. They're pretty sure it's already there are only 2 players left on the field right now. They did get another one. And you can see he's just calming down there. He's talking to his teammates, trying to figure out where are they, what do we have, how are we supposed to do this together. And now the Dorito side is actually following up. He's just waiting there not to just overextend on his own side without having backups from his teammates.
Concede. Concede.
And it looks like Extreme is conceding, which
Point
means
approved.
Waves is now going to be 2-1 with 2 minutes and 11 left on the clock.
Seconds.
And now we're back at Roses and Titans. It's 1
20
point
seconds.
to each team, which means it can be both teams' game, but they both have to
10
bring their
seconds.
best. We're gonna take a look at the Roses break this time, as we were currently watching Titans last one. They're still
Game on.
doubling that Zulu position, going apple and orange and straight into that finger, or the can as we're calling it. And on the Titan side, they're doubling the Zulu, apple, and they have China, and also one in the Miami. Both teams pretty laid back right now. No one's really gotten up to that middle field yet. And what I mean by like the middle field is if you see the kind of square that the X's are kind of making with the snakes. Ow. Roses do lose their member that's sitting out on the canister there. They do fill out from the double Zulu into Apple and Dallas. The judge coming over to paint check the Apple player, but he's clean. Still do have Snake 3, Miami, Zulu, Apple, no, Orange, and China. Over at the left side we have Dallas, Snake 1 now, Zulu and Orange. Moving up to the Snake 3. Both teams pretty aggressive on the Snake side now. Both teams up to the 50. No, up to the Snake 3 I mean. Titans do lose their Snake player. Roses still has theirs. Titan currently has 3 players on the field. No, currently 4. Sorry, I didn't see the person. And same does Roses, which means it's a 4v4 currently. Titan loses another player, their Miami player. Now it's a 4v3. And the man advantage goes to Roses, as Roses is currently moving up to the Cobra position, and they also bumped into the Snake 1. Titan loses yet another player. Now there's only Zulu and Orange here left on the Titans. Let's see how they manage this. They do lose the Zulu player and only the Orange player left. And it's eventually taken out by the sandwich, which Roses has made by walking up both Snake side and Dorito side at the same time.
Concede. 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 Point
Titan does
approved.
concede that point, which means Roses is now leading 2-1. 1 minute and 36 left on the clock.
Nikolai! Bruk opp hodene! Ja, bruk hodene!
30 seconds. Twenty seconds. 10 seconds.
And we're back with Waves against Extreme. Waves is leading 2-1. This is
Game
the
on.
bronze finals. One person already out for Extreme. They're moving heavily up on the field. Oh, sorry, I'm switching to the wrong cameras here. They do lose yet another player who's pushed up all the way into the Bravo position. Just 3 people left for Extreme right now. It doesn't look like that It doesn't look like that aggressive play that they were planning to play worked out. Especially not when they're aggressive in the middle but not out on the sides. You can't just walk into the middle of this field. You need to be aggressive on the Dorito side and the Snake side at the same time. And still one person just sitting there at the 300. Ow. He's called out. And that's a
60
clean field.
seconds.
Looks like Wave is going to take this 2-1. No, 3-1. And that means Wave will get
Base.
the bronze medal. And Extreme will then get 4th place in D2. So congratulations to Shardar Waves.
Point approved. Game finished.
Da tok Waves bronse, og Molde tok da fjerdeplassen. Da er det Titans mot Molde Extreme. Roses.
30 seconds.
Roses leder 2-1. 1:36.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Well,
Game on.
now we're watching Titans break here. Oh, one's already gone in the break. Two's gone after the break. What about Roses? They still have all 5 bodies left on the field. It's a man advantage of 5-3. Asking for a paint check as they're moving. He's being told to continue on playing on the Titan side there on the... or China. Trying to move from solo Zulu into America. Does get caught out. Now there's a 5v2 currently. An advantage to Roses.
60 seconds.
There's 1 minute left on the clock. Only 1 player left for Titans now. There's currently a 5v1 situation going on. They're just going down the field, Roses now. They want to close this up, and they get the last player. Roses is running up to Buzz, and they're gonna get it 3-1. And Roses is your gold finalists. And congratulations to Titans with the silver.
Point approved. Game finished.
That's D2. Now we're gonna go over to the Elite.
Yes, da tok Roses og vant 3-1. Gull til Roses og sølv til Titans. Husk å melde dere på 1-mot-1-konkurransen. Da er det Infusion mot Prodigy og Molde mot Arctic. Guncheck, guncheck.
Elite, guncheck så snart dere kan. Guncheck på Elite. Ja, så snart dere kan.
10 seconds.
Løpepudding!
Game on.
Okay, we're back. Infusion versus Prodigy. This is the bronze finalist. Infusion is down to 2 players currently. Prodigy has 4 players left on the field still. No, 5 players left on the field. 4v5 an advantage to Prodigy.
Concede.
And
Concede.
Infusion is now
Concede.
conceding, which means Prodigy
Point
gets the
approved.
first point in this finalist back-to-back, and it's leading 1-0. Next on up is Arctic versus Extreme.
Thirty seconds. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds.
And we're off.
on.
Extreme versus Arctic. Extreme losing 1 in the break. Being checked already by the judges. Get good. Get good. Yeah, get good. I'm in the clear signal. Over on Arctic, we have Snake Tree, America, Zulu, Orange, and China. Molde right now is 200, Beast 300, Alpha, and Apple. Arctic is now up in the 50 snake already. They do lose their Snake 3 player though. Up in the 500, now into the Cobra. Does get the Apple player from Extreme. He is working slowly and methodically. He is considering to run for it. And he's running down. He do get 1, but he's immediately traded out by the other player on the 300. There's just 1 player left for Arctic now, and that's our 200 who's bouncing back to the 100. And he do actually win the 1v2, so the first point is going to Arctic.
Concede. 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 Point approved.
Takk.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Prodigy versus Infusion again. Prodigy's lost one player so far. You can see Infusion now is moving up the snake, going for a mug run. Does get taken out. There is someone. Both teams does lose a player each. Now moving heavily up on the Dorito side. They do get a major here for some reason. They're getting a major for the mug run on the snake side. It looks like he was shot before he actually took out the other player from Prodigy. But they still have one person left. So it seems like it's going to be a 1 point to Infusion anyways.
Point approved.
Now it's 1-1 between Fusion and Prodigy.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Arctic versus Extreme again. Let's take a look at Arctic's break now.
Game on.
Straight into Snake, straight into America. A bit more aggressive now than we're past point into Snake 3 already. Running into the Beast and into the Alpha position from the Molde players. Arctic has lost one already, the Zulu player. Molde is still 5 people on the field and Arctic is only 4. Molde has lost one player now. It's a 4v4 on the field currently. It's being checked and then he dives in and can actually get into the 50 Snake. And it's also called out on the Snake, no, on the Cobra. Now there's only 2 players left for Arctic. As Extreme still has 4 people on the field. 4v2, man advantage to Extreme. After a huge dive from the Extreme player, he's now sitting there and holding the channel player in. Or he's actually shooting at the orange. The orange player is now called out. And he's now calling game. They know there's no one else left on Extremes, no, on Arctic side.
Concede. 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 Point approved.
Now it's 1-1 between Extreme and Arctic and 1-1 between Infusion and Prodigy.
Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Let's follow Infusion's break this time.
Game on.
We're breaking Snake, Zulu, Orange, and China. They lost their American player already. Prodigy have Snake, Aggressive, Dorito, Zulu, Orange, and 100. Their aggressive Dorito player got taken out while he was trying to run up the field, tried to get as many bodies as he possibly could. Now they're playing a bit more aggressively from the Prodigy than we've seen in the past. And they're battling on a Snake now, Snake 3 versus Snake 3. Now he's starting to look a bit inwards. Does he have anyone watching his back? No, he doesn't have that. There are actually just 2 people from Infusion side. Meanwhile, Prodigy is 3 people, so it's a 3v2, and the man advantage is to Prodigy currently. The Snakes are still battling on. Here we can see Prodigy. Still 3 people alive on the field. Infusion, still only 2. Prodigy just lost their Snake 3. Now it's a 2v2. An advantage to both teams. Here we can see them moving slowly up the Snake, trying to corner the Prodigy players. It does look like there's only 1 person left from Infusion right now, and that's the person in the Snake. Looks like it's a 1v2 currently. It doesn't look like that he's aware that his teammate's been taken out behind him. Yeah, no, it's just Snake player left for Infusion. And Prodigy still has 2 bodies. And Prodigy seem to finally be able to find a position where they can find the Infusion player.
Concede.
And Infusion
Concede.
concedes, and Prodigy is
Concede.
now in the lead by
Point
2-1.
approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Now it's Extreme versus Arctic. It's 1 point to each
Game
team
on.
so far. No one's gone in the break so far. Both teams still have 5 bodies on the field. A successful break for both teams. Arctic have now lost 1. It's still just 4 people left on the Arctic side of the field. Extreme currently have 5 people on the field still, so it's a man advantage to Extreme. 5v4. As you can see, the Snake 3 from Arctic is now battling the Alpha player from Extreme. Arctic has lost another player now. There's just 3 people left on the field for Arctic. Now there's just 2 people left on the field for Arctic. Now it's just a Snake player left for Arctic. Now he's out as well. Seems like it's a clean field for Extreme.
Concede.
And
Concede.
Arctic concedes, and
Concede.
Extreme is going into
Point
the lead with a
approved.
2-1.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
So now we're back in the bronze finalist, Prodigy versus Infusion. Prodigy is leading 2-1. We're looking at Prodigy's break here, going straight into the Snake, doubling the Zulu, 1 orange and 1 straight into the 200. Infusion now 1 straight up into the middle position, 1 up on the 100, 1 in the orange, 1 on the Zulu, and 1 slowly crawling up on the Snake side. Prodigy and Infusion both have someone on Snake 3 right now. Prodigy is a bit more hesitant to push up on the middle of the field. Meanwhile, Infusion is straight up in the middle field. But you don't want to necessarily be in the middle field, except when you have a teammate backing you up on one of the 50s. To make sure that you don't get sandwiched from both sides. Infusion still have 4 players left on the field currently now. Prodigy has 5 still. Man advantage to Prodigy 5v4. Infusion is having 3 players left on the right hand side right now. Meanwhile, Prodigy still has 5 people. They're working slowly but steadily. There comes the miner for Infusion. The yellow flag has been dropped. And Infusion only has 1 player left.
Concede.
And Infusion concede. Prodigy is now
Concede.
leading 3-1.
Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Arctic versus Extreme. Extreme is now leading 2-1.
Game on.
Arctic very aggressive in the middle of the field right now. So is Extreme. Actually pushing harder up. Extreme have all bodies alive. So does Arctic. Extreme is very aggressive now onto that snake side and onto the midfield. Very important to be as well. Arctic now slowly but surely moving up on that snake side into the snake tree already. Arctic lost 1 player, man advantage to Extreme. There's 2 players left from Arctic now. There's 3 people left from Extreme. That's a man advantage for Extreme, 3-1.
Sixty seconds. Concede. Concede.
Arctic concedes
Concede.
and Molde is now
Point
leading
approved.
3-1.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Infusion versus Prodigy. Prodigy is leading 3-1 and it's 1 minute and 6 seconds
Game
left on
on.
the clock.
60 seconds.
Fusion is now being checked. Being told to continue playing. They're playing very aggressive now in Fusion. They know they need this point. The loser people, person up in Oslo already. Just 40 seconds left on the clock. If they want this, they have to go. They need this point and another one just to be able to get to the overtime. And Prodigy only has one player left. And Fusion are aware that they need to push up. Now it's a 1v1 situation here with 20 seconds left on the clock. All the Prodigy player have to do is just to sit back and wait for that clock time to go down. And that's game time. 3-1 to
Game time
Oslo
finished.
Prodigy. Congratulations
Game
with the bronze. And congratulations to 4th place to GPK and Fusion.
No points. Game finished.
Da ble det bronse til Prodigy og fjerdeplass til Fusion. Da er det Molde mot Arctic. Molde leder 3-1, og det er
30 seconds.
53 sekunder igjen på klokka.
If Arctic wants to win this, they have to play aggressively. So we've seen them been able to do
20
it before,
seconds.
but I've been pretty laid back right now in the finals for some reason. We need to see 2 explosive rounds if they want to be able to get at least to the overtime.
10 seconds.
And game on.
Game on.
We can see they're moving rapidly up the field there. They know they have a little time. They're spreading good out as well, but then stopped on the 50 line. They already got now 2 of the extreme players here. They need to keep on pushing up. There's only so much time left. They keep on running and everything. They do actually just rinse the entire field with 30 seconds left. They do run up. They do bust.
Ace.
That's gonna be a 3-2. Arctic is under with 1 point still and 28 seconds point. 2 minutes until next time.
Point approved.
Next game.
One minute. Time out. One minute. 30 seconds.
Come on, boys. We got the bed.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
And that's the 10-second mark. Arctic versus Extreme, 28 seconds on the clock. Arctic needs this point, so they have to run for it.
Game on.
Everything Extreme have to do is just sit back and make sure that they can't push them too hard. Arctic is just running down the field again. All of the Arctic players are out. There's only one person left from Extreme.
Game time
That's
finished.
game.
Game stopped.
And we can congratulate Extreme
No
with the
points.
gold and
Game
Arctic
finished.
with the silver. Thank you all for watching right now.
Da vant Molde 3-2. Molde førsteplass, Arctic andreplass, Prodigy tredjeplass og Infusion fjerdeplass. Da er det premieutdeling, og så kjører vi 1 mot 1. Ja, først så er det møte, og så er det 1 mot 1. Premieutdeling med en gang, borte ved kiosken, nå med en gang. Så kan dere rydde etterpå.
So now we're going to take a little break from the stream, and then we're going to have a meeting, and then we're going to come back later. So make sure you subscribe and have that notification on, because when we go back live next time or later on today, we're going to have a 1v1 tournament. So take some time, rest up, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell on the notification so you will be noticed when we're coming back on.